it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I started a couple minutes early because we just have so much to go over, and I'm like, oh, there's just feel like we could do that. I could literally just be live like all day. Like my goal yesterday was to go take a nap after the live, and I didn't. I never did. I never got to. So bad. Oh goodness, it's already starting. Hi everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I'm glad that there's some people who are able to catch lives that normally are on replay due to the time differences. So welcome. Thank you guys for being here. And for anybody who is kind of, I guess I should just say, for anybody who's kind of confused on where we're at, we typically have been going live to discuss the current day that we're in. This week, due to my schedule, it's been more beneficial to try to go live the following day and discuss everything that happened the day before. So for anybody who is kind of confused on why we're talking about day 10, that is why. Day 10 of testimony was yesterday. For anybody who's counting it as the days including jury selection, it would have been day 13. You'll see when you're watching different streams, people are calling it different things. So today is technically day 11 of testimony and day 14 if you include jury selection. If that makes sense. So we're discussing things that happened yesterday during testimony day 10. We will also discuss some of the things that are happening in court this morning for day 11. Yesterday, we covered everything from day 9, and then we also covered some of the stuff that happened on day 10 in the morning, which would have been the two interrogations/interviews, whichever you prefer to call them. I think they're interrogations, but that seems to be a sleuth. I definitely don't feel well. Hi, hybrid. I'm here. We can start. So I just kind of, I don't know. This is just so much. There's just so much happening right now. So yesterday we discussed the interview/interrogations, with the first one being October 13th with Mullen and Liggett. And that was the day they searched Richard Allen's house. We also discussed the interview/interrogation with Holman that happened on October 26th that ended up having Richard Allen detained and then arrested 2 days later. Well, he technically was, they placed him under arrest, but they didn't actually have a probable cause affidavit until October 28th. And then we had the press conference, ironically, this is all, we're on the anniversaries of all of this right now. And they had the press conference on October 31st. On the stand today is Dr. Walla. She is the psychologist that Richard Allen saw. She testified at the 3-day hearings, and we were unable to obtain her transcript due to the private nature of her testimony, which made no sense and goes completely against anything that is legal, because it was a public hearing, and if it was a private testimony that was not for public ears, the public wouldn't have been allowed in the courtroom. But so let me say hi to you guys real quick, and then we're going to get started. So we'll touch a little bit on the interrogation/interviews from yesterday. We really already covered them. And then I made a spreadsheet for all the confessions. So we're going to go through that. And then we'll talk a little bit about Walla's on the stand today, and then I believe Harshman will be next. If you guys remember, Harshman is the one who was tasked to just sit there and listen to everything that Richard Allen said and to watch all the videos. And so I think he will probably be next on the stand. The state's pretty much, I mean, they're wrapping up. They're about done. He admitted to details only the killer would know. Can you share what details those were? I mean, because I get that mainstream media keeps pushing that narrative, so I understand why you're saying it. But can you elaborate on what you think, Kate, what you think he confessed to that only the killer would know? Weren't we told that the cameras have video but not audio? Yeah, most of them. Hi, C-Dub. Hey, Tim. Hi, Scarlett. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Necessary Evil. What's up, Indiana girl? I was literally up all night watching replays and news, etc., and then researching, and something happens the second I think I could nod off. Don't do that. No sleep for you. Yeah, I really just wanted to take a nap yesterday. I got none. I was too busy just putting so much shit together and then listening to all the updates, putting together this spreadsheet. Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of this so it's not dinging for you guys. He knew about the sticks and was interrupted by a van coming up the drive. Okay, so you're talking about the testimony that's happening today with Walla, and we can go back and forth on this if you want to. I mean, I see your point, I really do, but I also have an issue, and I think the defense is going to come in with the fact that he already had his discovery, so that's number one. Number two, we don't even know that a van came up the drive. So is the prosecution going to put somebody like Brad Weber on? Like, how are they going to prove that there is a van? We know in the public, and I think this is where you have to make sure you differentiate. We know as of the public that Brad Weber has, or the Weber property has a van. But the jury doesn't know that. So is the prosecutor going to put a Brad Weber on and say, hey, when you came home at 3:30, what were you driving? I mean, so I'm like, we can know things, but the jury doesn't know that. So if the jury sees, this is why I said we can go back and forth on this a lot, because I don't disagree with Kate. So please don't give Kate a hard time. I don't disagree. I think that there's a very good chance that a juror is going to think just like Kate is thinking. But I also think that we have to think of the opposite side of it and go to the jury has now heard. I'm going to bring this up for you guys. Can somebody make sure to tag Sleuthy in the chat? Not this chat, in the other chat, so she doesn't think that we went live without telling her. Yeah, they refer to it as his legal mail. Right. So I think that the reason I want to talk about this, and even though it's skipping ahead to what we've got today, like to what's happening today, and I still want to go back, we'll talk about yesterday, but I think this is a very good topic because these are in my opinion, and that's all I've got to offer you guys is just my opinion, is these are going to be the more important or more influential confessions when it comes to Dr. Walla, when it comes to his family, which is what Harshman's going to testify to. I think these are going to be more important to a jury member than the shit we heard yesterday. But I also think because of the shit we heard yesterday, I don't know how serious a juror is going to take it. So I'm going back and forth on it. Yesterday, a lot of people were talking to me on Twitter, on Facebook about my fence, because everybody knows I sit on the fence. And I literally just told, I'm kind of at, give me the bombshell information that is in these confessions, and I'm done with my fence. I'll probably go either way. Like, the fence will be gone. They haven't done that yet. There's nothing in these confessions that, in my opinion, is bombshell. But I do think for a juror, they could go either way. Somebody who, and I've said this the whole time, once we heard that there was 61 confessions, somebody out of their fucking mind is going to just start rambling a bunch of shit, which we heard yesterday, or somebody that is guilty is going to admit they did it. I'm not quite there with his confessions yet, and I want to go through why I feel that way. Okay, so let me just back this up. I'll show you guys this, but we're going to come back to the map in a minute because I want to, yeah, he does. He does claim that. Here, but, okay, hold on. No, let's not skip too far ahead because then I'll be all over the place and this live will be very confusing. So this is kind of crooked, but that's it. That's kind of, I want to show you it this way. So here's your end of your bridge right here, okay? And then you're down the hill would be going this way across the creek to the crime scene. The Weber property is here, and the private drive comes this way. So the public, we know that they do have a van. It's right there. They do have a van. But like I was saying, like the jury doesn't know that. So I don't know if they're going to think that's, you know, completely accurate or not. Okay. So I'm going to skip back a little bit to yesterday. Actually, let's go through Susan's thing first before we come here. So I have another spreadsheet with all the confessions from the best that I could do under the circumstances of just trying to listen to every source I possibly could to gather the information on what he was saying, when he was saying it, and kind of what was happening around the time that he was saying it. So we'll go through that. But first, I actually want to let's go through this parking situation, because this seems to be a point of contention too. Hold on. Let's straighten this back up. So he refers to what we call the Mears parking lot. He refers to it as the farmer's lot. He refers to it as the farmer's lot, which is here. Actually, let me back it up to 2017 so you guys can get to see it. So this is where he's like, and then Mullen is like, hey, do you mean like the Mears parking lot? And he's like, I have no idea. It's the one that's like right across from the old farm, which is here. This is the old farm. They have the old farm, and then they have new buildings, and I don't remember which one's which, but they have their old part and they have their new part. So he's like, no, it's right across from the old farm, right there. Here's your Hoosier Harvest store, and then over here is your CPS parking lot. Over here is the actual trailhead parking lot. I think that this is actually probably closer to where he parked. He said he did not park over here at the old farm because there were already cars here, which is an interesting point if it's true, if this is how it's said, and I'm looking for clarification on this based on people who were there. I have not received it yet, but he said in his one interview he doesn't park here because there's cars here, but in the other one he says that he sees the cars here when he's like sitting at the bench and walking the trail, and he sees the SUV and a sedan. This is interesting because obviously, I mean, there's just tons of SUVs and sedans, so don't get me wrong, but at the time he says he was there would have been an SUV because Betsy Blair drove an SUV, and she was there from, I have to look back at my notes, but 12:02 to something else, then she left, and then she came back. So the SUV could fit either narrative. So I don't know. I don't know how much detail the jury's paying attention to when it comes to this kind of stuff either. So if he knew the cars were here and didn't park here because of it, that means he had to have driven over here first. Now, the question would be, because they haven't played the video for the jury, And they've only shown these still images. Hopefully the defense plays the video for the jury, because no, I haven't, Luke. I haven't. Because if he comes through this way and then goes to park here, but then realizes that, oh wait, there's cars here, there's not enough room, and then turns around and comes back, that would be an interesting point. If he parks over here by mirrors, which a lot of people did do, even though they weren't supposed to, they actually would park by the old farm, literally the old farm. But I'm thinking he's talking to Mullen about, show me the blue bridge. So here's your blue bridge. This is the Freedom Bridge. And then he's like, no, it's by the small bridge. This is the small bridge over the old Route 25, which is where the girls, the 4 juveniles, were walking when, and you see I got all 4 air quotes right there. And Betsy Blair saw them. So he's saying, no, I parked over here by this. Well, there is an old building that was here. So I'll show you guys. So when he says, like, yeah, he could have parked by an old building, I don't know. It's going to go so many different ways. But I'm just thinking, like, if, see there, so here's the buildings that used to be here that they ended up taking out when they put the Hoosier Heartland Highway in. And then you have the CPS building. Okay. All right, just make sure you guys are being chill in chat. And I don't care, like I tell you guys all the time, I don't care if you think he's guilty. I don't care if you think that he's completely factually innocent. Either way, don't troll the chat. Like that doesn't need to be the commentary. Like, let's discuss it and actually have some commentary on it versus spamming the chat of one way or the other. Okay? And just be kind to each other. Like I said, at this point, he is technically still innocent until he is proven guilty in a court of law, and not everybody is in agreement whether that is happening quite yet. And ultimately, any one of you in chat and me sitting here on this YouTube channel have no say-so in what that jury is going to say. So just remember. So anyway, okay. So I don't know. I think that we're going back and forth on whether he could have parked over here, whether he could have parked over here. I'm thinking that he's actually talking about this lot, which makes more sense to me. And then as he's walking by, he sees these cars. Madam, I was like, I'm actually surprised at how undecided I am. He could have taken the East Main to Samuel Milroy Road and down the dead end Old Camden Road. Nobody ever talks about it, but there used to be a parking lot down there, and that's how you go. Interesting. Okay. Well, we know that on the map, like he's showing Mullen, like I go up here and I go around the loop. But I mean, there's a couple loops. So you can go up here and go around the loop and hit the CPS building. You can go up here, go around the loop and get into the parking lot. I don't know. I don't even know if it matters in the real scheme of things at this point. But I think it's interesting because if he's not actually parked at this CPS building, it's not really going to matter what any of those fucking witnesses had to say about a car being there. When did he admit that? To Walla? If he admitted that to Walla, I'm going to have a real problem, Kate. So I hope that that's not the case. And he doesn't admit that that's his car when he's in the interviews from everything I've heard. So Rosie destroyed her at the hearings. That's what he meant. Definitely matters. Yeah, it just is going to matter. It's going to matter to all these witnesses. Okay, let's go. Okay, so we'll touch on what's going on today real quick. So we know that Walla's on the stand. She was originally meant to be a state witness, so this is not a surprise that she is there. If you remember, during one of the hearings, Nick had requested for her to be able to testify. And then she was brought in as a state witness for the hearings. I was just telling you guys that we were not able to get her transcript, which is just ridiculous. Where am I going? What am I looking for? Somebody help me out here. Where was I going? I was going to go grab something. Oh, I know what I'm grabbing. Never mind. I got it. You guys gotta have some patience with me today. That's why I'm asking you, please don't be mean to each other in chat, because I honestly just I'm not feeling great. I don't really have my patience. It's probably not going to be the best.
There are moments in our lives that change us.
Bad. Okay, so Monica Walla. Okay, so we'll touch on today's stuff real quick, and then we're going to go back to all the crazy from yesterday. Lauren had it in her notes. Okay, I have not got to Lauren's yet, but I know that I do not recall hearing it from Andrea's. I'm halfway through Lawyer Lee, and I don't recall it from Bob's. I also don't recall it from WTHR or Wish, which I think is where I've gotten through. So I was halfway through Lawyer Lee's, and then I still have to do Lauren. Oh, I had started Tom Webster's yesterday, but it was only on the interviews. So I still have to finish that one. So I try my best when I'm making these spreadsheets to go and get I get the information, and then I go try to verify it by all the people who are in the courtroom. And I'll tell you, sometimes it's not always the same. Some are reporting things happened on the 13th that others reported happened on the 7th. Once again, does it matter in the scheme of things? I don't think so. I don't think the jury's going, wait a minute, you said that confession was the 7th. And now you're saying it's the 13th. I don't think they're going that far into it, but I am trying to get as much verification as I possibly can. All right. I think so too, and I think that it's good that others like listening to different pieces and parts from different people, because they can hear different things that are happening. Did Ron Logan ever confess? According to his cellmate James Haas, he did. Thank you, Necessary Evil. Prosecution is still up. Dr. Walla is a prosecution witness, and then she has been requested also by the defense, so she was put on the defense's witness list for trial. Okay, so Dr. Walla, the state called Dr. Monica Walla a contracted psychologist who served as the lead psychologist at Westville Correctional Facility in 2022 and 2023. If you guys have watched this channel for any amount of time, you guys know how I feel about Dr. Walla. Like, Dr. Walla, thanks for watching the channel, but I don't think that you should even be a witness. I think your credibility is fucking shot. So I'm just going to say that before we even read this, because I don't even know what's said in here. She told the jurors she assumed she would be Alan's psychologist based on the high-profile nature of the case. Wallace said she put her notes into an electronic record system. She said she met with Alan in an A-pod cubicle where he was unshackled once he was inside. Wallace said most times she put her notes from her session with Alan into the computer on the same day as the sessions. Yes, Luce investigates. Yes, this is her. She's still in a couple. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, she's and for anybody who doesn't know a little history, she's also the one that was using her private access to look up information about Keegan Kline. I mean, ethical violations. She is no longer employed with this company, which is going to come up when we talk about the stuff from yesterday too. Just FYI. She met with him in the A-pod where he was unshackled once inside. Wallace said most of the time she put her notes in the session. Okay, we already read that. Jurors received a copy of Walla's notes about her sessions with Alan. Walla began seeing Alan daily in November of 2022. Her notes showed that Alan was on suicide watch with close observation. monitored every 14 minutes. He was placed on suicide watch when he first got to the facility and stayed for 1 month before he was removed in December of 2022. He was placed back on suicide watch on April 4th of 2023, according to Walla's notes. Just an FYI for anybody who isn't paying attention, he's never left the cell that he was originally put in, which they say he was put in because he was on suicide watch. You can't make, I don't understand this at all. Oh, lady, really? I hope not. I don't know. I'm just fucking over it. I can tell you that. So I don't understand this. According to Walla's notes, Allen was not on constant suicide watch, which was reserved for inmates who pose an imminent harm. He was placed back on suicide watch in April of 2023 after things had taken a turn. Walla said she remembered telling Allen not to discuss his case with other people. When asked by prosecuting attorney Stacey Diener if she found Allen to be an intelligent person, Walla said yes. Diener asked Walla if Allen understood the danger of discussing his case with others. Walla said it depends on the time frame. Walla said Allen discussed his case with her in a session on April 5th. Walla testified that during that session, Allen said, "I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry." Allen then became tearful, said he committed the murders alone, and said his intentions were sexual in nature. Allen said Walla testified that he thought the girls were 18 or 19, but could have been as young as 11. Walla said Allen talked about being a selfish coward all of his life and wishing he could go back and change his actions. Walla said Allen admitted to having a sexual addiction, it's supposed to be addiction, and being an alcoholic. She said Allen told her he took God into his heart in March of 2023 and said he hoped he could give his Bible to the family of Abby and Libby. She testified to that before, too. He wished he could go back and change his actions and apologize to the families, Wallace said. Wallace said Allen hoped his family would forgive him and that he told her he was happier than he'd ever been in such a terrible place. Wait, what? Hold on. What Wallace said Allen hoped his family would forgive him and that he told her he was happier than he'd ever been in such a terrible place. Huh? This was DB. The Brad Weber thing has been leaked for a long time. The whole van situation. Yeah, that got leaked with the with all the inmates that were running around and telling everything that they think they heard. That was part of it. That was part of that little leaky leak. The thing is nobody's been able to prove that Brad Weber was even driving the van, or that that's the van that Richard Allen is supposedly saying got him, or scared him or made him jump. No, it's definitely not something only the killer would know. Thank you, Fair Justice. Yeah, his friendly neighborhood companions. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna end up jumping all around. Let's talk about these fucking companions. Okay, well, actually, it'll go right in here. Let's talk about the companions for a second. Remember, the testimony was that they had the inmate suicide companions, right? And the inmate suicide companions were out being little gossips. and they were telling people all the things that either Richard Allen was mumbling and talking about, or those inmates were telling other inmates, and then those inmates were contacting their family, and then these people are contacting fucking people, contacting YouTubers, which is where you hear all kinds of this nonsensical bullshit. Like, oh yeah, this motorcycle cover, blah 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 blah. You know, just like, they think they got, the guy got this inside scoop, but it's like all bullshit. So anyway, if we back up, hold on real quick, hold on. Okay, if we back up to then, you know, they were out there being little gossips, so they were taken off of being able to watch Richard Allen, right? And then they decided they were going to put the guards on, and the guards would become the suicide companions. You guys remember this? This was like the huge narrative for a long, long time. So yesterday we get testimony that he was always on suicide watch, right? He was always on suicide watch. They can't even fucking figure this shit out on their own. Walla is now saying, oh, look, he was on suicide watch from November to December. And then he went back on suicide watch on April 4th of 2023. So when were the inmate people there? When were the inmate companions there? Because if we look at when the corrections officers became the suicide companions, that starts 4/5. So when did the doctors say? They're lying. There's something wrong here. They're lying. Somebody's lying because their shit doesn't add up at all. So how do you take away suicide companions from somebody who the psychologist is saying isn't on suicide watch? Then why would he even have suicide companions if he's supposedly not on suicide watch? She says he comes back on suicide watch. Shit, I lost the damn thing. What's over here? Comes back on April 4th. April 4th, he gets put back on suicide watch. Now, here's the irony of this. April 4th, he gets put back on suicide watch. Okay? His confession to her is April 5th. Right here. April 5th. The first ones that he's confessing to the suicide guards, April 5th. Okay, now, hold on, we're not done. We're not done. I gotta pull this up though, because I apparently closed it. So these are Yellow Jackets notes from a while ago. Let me see if I can get it up. Let me see if I can get it up. That's so funny. Sorry, I'm like a teenage boy sometimes. That's why my voice sounds like this. Okay. On April 4th is when the defense filed the safekeeping modification. April 4th. Once again, I don't know if any of this is going to matter because the jury isn't going to hear it. So this is like what we know. But does it matter? Is it going to matter to the jury? See, me too. Me too sometimes. I love to care. My Dr. Vonda. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, like, where do these inmate companions come in? Yeah, he mysteriously starts confessing the next day. Yep. They started the Haldol. Let me pull up. Let me look at that timeline. I'm gonna add this stuff in over here. I just haven't had a chance to do it. Does anybody happen to remember the date when they started the Haldol? I want to say it was like the 14th of April. Okay, let me go back to Walla. There we go. April 3rd, the defense was at the prison, took the photo and 1,000 pages of discovery. April 4th, filed the safekeeping stuff. April 5th, the confession started. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's about right. And then we're told that there's these inmate companions. No, there wasn't. There's no fucking inmate companion. Yeah, I don't have much of a choice. If you get too far behind on this, you get lost because there's just so much happening. Now, this I struggle with on why. Okay, so hold on, two things. Ivy, let me answer this real quick, and then I'll go to yours because they're both important. Why the defense just tried to get out like an overall like a generic motion to get like out the confessions, but there's so much more in their motions that needs to be like for clarity purposes, and that this is why they should have been having the hearing so they could have argued like this is why we need XYZ. There's some of this that would not go, like legally should not even be in front of a jury. But one, Gold doesn't really care. She just keeps allowing so much craziness to happen. And then two, I think that there wasn't specific enough information. There wasn't specific enough information in the motions to have these not told to the jury. Hold on, I'm trying to find this now. So I think it's a twofold issue. Okay. This is the recreation of this written request for an interview to the warden. This is kind of what Ivy was talking about. This is inaccurate. The irony behind this is inaccurate. So this is what he wrote, supposedly, right? I mean, this is what he put on here. This date up here, 3/5/23, the warden wrote on here. But then when the next dude testifies, which is, who the hell, what was his name? When the next dude testifies, Drang, it was Drang. He actually got this letter on 4/5. 4/5. This is slipped the envelope under the door and said he wanted to confess to killing Abby and Libby and apologize to the families. So all of the information around this envelope and this quote unquote letter to the warden is actually from 4/5. And the warden wrote 3/5 when it wasn't 3/5. Couldn't be 3/5 because the guard didn't even have it until 4/5. The jury actually ends up asking him what was exactly like, are you sure it was 4/5? I don't remember their exact question. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy. I think that I ended up saving. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. I'm really trying not to go all over the place, but it's hard because there's just so much I want to talk to you guys about. The jury chimed in for questions asking what was inside the envelope from April 5th, 2023, which Drang said was the interview request, which is a huge discrepancy to the March 5th if Drang didn't even receive the note until April 5th. So, all right, let me think. Okay, let's go back. We'll finish reading through Walla. I know I don't trust that fucking ward at all. That warden is, yeah, the warden impeached himself. Yeah, I don't trust that warden. Well, we'll get back to that. Yeah, we're going all over shibby. We're everywhere. That's why I'm like, I'm really trying to stay like streamlined, but I apologize because I know that one, my brain is all over, and then two, like there's just so much info. Okay, let me see. Where were we at? Wallace and Alan discussed this case with her in session. Okay, we did that. Wallace and Alan talked about being a selfish coward all of his life. We did that. He wished he could go back and change his actions and apologize to the families. We did that. Alan said he slept with his Bible. Walla testified, and he expressed concern over Walla's own faith. Walla wrote in her notes of Alan, at times he was calm, and at times he showed almost a bizarre smile. According to her notes, Alan said he found God on March 21st, 2023, and he showed signs of potential feigning, which is faking, which all the guards yesterday that testified, I think there was like 7 or 8 of them, all were like, oh yeah, he was faking it. He was faking it, which is, it just blows my mind because again, he's fucking medicated. They're medicating him for these symptoms, yet all of the guards think he's faking it. But the doctor is saying, no, here, prescribe this because he's not faking it. Or the doctor should lose their medical license for prescribing all of this medication to somebody who isn't actually sick. You cannot make it up. Yeah, he looked him right in the eyes, Indiana girl. He looked him right in the eyes and he knew. I don't even know how many of these are Odin guards. None of the ones that testified are the Robinson and the other one. I can't think of his name right now. None of them are, nobody that's testified are any of these guys. Yeah, the expert mental health guards. But they don't even know that he's being medicated with Haldol. So, I mean, let's say he's not psychotic, right? Let's say he's not suffering from psychosis. He's not suffering from psychosis, but the doctor is prescribing him Haldol. Okay? The fucking medication would make him crazy. So once again, he still wouldn't be faking all the weird shit he's doing because he's medicated to fucking oblivion. I think it was in my notes that it was the 14th. Don't quote me on that. I think it was April 14th was when they started giving him Haldol. Could somebody clarify that? The 14th was the hearing to determine if the involuntary meds were needed, if Rick should transfer to a DOC facility with a mental health facility, such as Wabash. Interesting. And Dr. Walla said they did start the involuntary meds, but I don't know if it was the 14th. But that was when they had the hearing. So he got weekly Haldol and a nightly oral Haldol. And in the testimony we had heard before, during this whole beginning, this is when the inmate companions are supposedly there. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Thank you. 412. Hey, Fiend. Wallace said on the stand that she was in chat. I'm the one you think I hope that's not towards me. If you think that's towards me, I'd love for you to tell me what false information I am pushing or sensationalizing. This is testimony. This isn't me. I'm reading to you what they said. Yeah, figures, they're gone. Yeah, upside down, bro. Upside down. The trolls are out in full force. I hate making it like where it's like subscribers only because I feel like there's people who want to come in and just chat and are cool as fuck, but then you get other people that are just dumb. Like I'm literally reading to you guys what is being said, and I'm the one sensationalizing it. If you think the information you're being told is sensationalized, then you should probably talk to the witnesses or Nick McClelland, because this is what they're testifying to. Oh, stupid sick, Diamond Eyes, stupid sick. Thank you, Sunshine. Hi, Sniper. Yes, I would love that. It's just so hard to plan anything. Okay, let's go back over here. So Alan said he slept with his Bible. Walla wrote in her notes, at times he was calm, at times he showed almost a bizarre smile. According to her notes, Alan said he found God. He found God on March 21st, 2023. Jesus. Wait. He found God on March 21st, 2023. But he showed signs of potential feigning. So he didn't really find God? So then, when asked about no running water, Alan said it didn't matter as he was drinking water out of the toilet. When asked by the prosecutor if Alan's behavior was manipulative, Walla said possibly. Walla said Alan couldn't recall if it was his first confession, but did know he had made incriminating statements to companions on suicide watch. Make that make sense. He's not on suicide watch. Oh, she's talking about later? Hold on. She doesn't recall if it was his first confession. Well, no, because she's talking about she doesn't know if that was his first confession. Ugh. I'm sorry, but that doesn't make sense. Wallace said she did not note anything unusual about Alan's physical appearance, but noted his intense eye contact, staring, and gazing, which said she said at times was normal for him. That actually makes a lot of sense too, because remember in court, people are always like, he's just like staring at people. It's giving everybody dirty looks. As for Alan's mental status, Wallace said his emotions were up and down, and he would sometimes go off on a tangent and return. Other times he wouldn't return. He'd just stay out on his tangent. Wallace said Alan explained his confession and murder information in a concise manner and in chronological manner. It appeared that at the time, Wallace said his anxiety and depression was improved. During Wallace's testimony on Wednesday, jurors were watching Alan, who stared upwards or down at the table much of the time. At times, he looked at Walla. The prosecuting attorney then turned to Wallace's May 2nd, 2023 meeting with Alan. Wallace said during that meeting, Alan said, "I killed Abby and Libby. I will kill everyone." He mentioned starting World War III and asked if it is okay to kill himself. I thought he found God. He would already know the answer to that. He stated he did not want to die. Wallace said of Alan, he also said during that meeting, "I killed myself and my family and best friend. And I'm not going to kill myself. I'm too much of a coward." Wallace said Alan told her he ate his feces because he was sane and didn't have water. This could be a typo. When it could be insane. People yesterday were doing that too. Saying insane with sane. Okay. When he was told that didn't make sense, Alan said, "I know." Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Alan said, "I know. It doesn't make sense." Wallace said Alan had difficulty staying on topic in the meeting and said he wasn't clear on expectations for his behavior other than taking his medication. He does not present as psychotic, Wallace said of Alan during that meeting. According to Walla, Alan said both he would and would not have killed himself. His tablet was broken at the time, and the warden suggested getting him a TV. When asked if Alan was cooperative in the session, Wallace said for the most part, Walla's diagnosis from the May 3rd meeting was a brief psychotic disorder with disorganized speech and behavior, but not delusions or catatonic behavior. Let's see, hold on. This is what I want to know, Katie, because Kate was in here earlier and said essentially that same thing, but I'm not sure what information they're trying to claim is information that only law enforcement and the killers would know. It cannot be this fucking box cutter bullshit that I know that so many of the ragers are trying to go with. It's impossible for it to be that, because nobody talked about a box cutter. The ME did not talk about a box cutter until after the confession. And they still didn't say that that was the cause of death or that that was the weapon. This is what I'm waiting for, is this information. What information would only the killer know? Can't say the sticks. Unless he testified about the sticks, or unless he confessed to something about the sticks before he has discovery. Or, what do you call it? Legal papers. So that we have to know the timing that he placed branches on them to hide them. Yeah, that could go either way. But in all seriousness, this kind of stuff, when people are like, okay, well, he supposedly, a juror could see that and go, well, he says he put the sticks there. That's all I needed. That could be it for a juror. Like, don't put it where it's in a category where it's completely irrelevant, because it's definitely not. You gotta hide them. Except for they definitely were not hidden. There are people, there were people who knew about the sticks before we did. Absolutely. Because there was locals that were showing photos of the crime scene to each other. He admitted to facts not known to the public. That's like, I just want to know those facts. Give me those facts. Somebody, and I don't mean, I'm not saying that like towards you in particular, like, but that's for me personally what I've been waiting for. This is the conversation I had with so many people yesterday. Like, let me have that big bombshell confession. Where's it at? I want it. When asked if Walla would cooperate, okay, for the most part, he was disorganized, blah, blah, blah. When asked about her May 3rd meeting with Alan, Wallace said he gave a narrative of the crime to her during that meeting. This is what Walla testified to was in that narrative. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Alan said he saw his parents on the morning of the crime. He bought a six-pack. He drank 3 beers. He bundled up. He went to the trail, and then he saw the girls. Okay. He then followed them to the bridge. That doesn't make sense. Did something to his... What? Did something to his gun? Did something to his gun and thought that was when the cartridge came out. Okay, so now he thinks this cartridge came out on the bridge. This article is from today. Yeah, just sorry. I'm trying to read. I may not see your comments. Okay, so he thinks he lost his cartridge on the bridge. So that doesn't match. That doesn't go with what a killer would know. Only the killer would know. And he also knows that there's supposedly a cartridge out there, and he did not know in those interrogations. Lynn, these are facts? You mean what I'm reading right now? But we already know they're not facts. But they're not. They're the cartridge. So the cartridge. You think the cartridge is at the bridge? But the cartridge is found over by the girls. And he's saying the cartridge is at the bridge. That doesn't make sense. And he also said that in his interrogation with Holman. And that if you found my cartridge at the bridge, it's not mine. Or by the girls, or at some murder scene. He said he planned on sexual assault but saw a van. He got scared and decided not to cross the creek and cut their necks and covered their bodies with branches. We need proof that there's a van. This is probably the biggest one that I could see that the jury would really, really be interested in, to be honest. This is like the big one. But you have to prove that there's even a van. So he's lying? Well, yeah, I think that's probably pretty clear. A lot of this is all lies. I mean, I don't know. There's no way to say whether he bought a 6-pack, drank 3 beers, and bundled up and went to the trails. I don't know. Do they have proof that he bought 3 or bought a 6-pack of beer? I mean, they should have him on camera somewhere buying a 6-pack. I can't tell you whether that's true or not, or whether he's lying. But I mean, I can't. You can't say that this is. You can't say it's fact. Is my issue. I don't think you can say it's one thing or the other, because the guy is making up all kinds of shit. He does have discovery, or he has legal documents at this point. Nobody has gone through to say that what particular legal documents he has. So for me, this, like I said, this would be the biggest one. If I'm on the jury, this is a big one. And as we're sitting here like dissecting all of the dates and all of the the back and forth, the jury probably isn't doing that. But it's not facts in the case. There's no fact about a van. There's no van in anything. The public knows about a van from Brad Weber. We also know about the van from the what building was that they had the recording of? There was that little transit van. No, it's not. And nobody's ever said he went and bought a 6-pack of beer. I don't know. It's not. I don't know how. I'm not going to argue with you. You can think that it is, but you show me where anybody's ever said in this case that he was drunk or he bought beer. Never heard that. See, I think this is kind of the consensus that the guards were coming up with too, is that he was doing all of this on purpose to appear crazy. And I thought about this. I thought about this a lot after listening to all the videos last night on all these confessions. So this is, I guess, my big question. Why do I want to appear crazy only during the time I'm confessing? Do you see what I mean? So I start confessing while I appear crazy on April 4th, right? And then April 5th, or April 3rd. We'll go with April 3rd. And I think it was actually the end of March that he was starting to tell Walla, like, I don't feel right. Like, something feels wrong. And then April 3rd, I think, is the date that the picture's taken, where he looks like he's a fucking mess, that a lot of people think he was faking it too, that the defense took. And then April 4th is when he's talking to Walla. April 4th is when they April 4th is when they file the emergency safekeeping modification. April 5th is when he starts confessing, but also is just so I'm going to act crazy, and then I'm going to start to confess. It's the only times I want to confess is this time that I'm acting crazy. Wouldn't I have like confessed a whole bunch and then been like, shit, I'm screwed, I need to start acting crazy? Or was he going for like an insane, like in the theory of people who think like he was acting crazy? I'm very curious. Do we think he was going for like an insanity defense then? Do they even have insanity in Indiana? Is that a defense in Indiana? Does anybody know? Is insanity a defense in Indiana? I don't even think I've looked it up. I think I'm confused by like, why would I start confessing while acting crazy? Wouldn't I have like fucked up and confess? I don't know. Like, I'm confused by that. I'm trying to put it together, and I don't mean that condescending. I'm asking the question. I want to know like what people think of that. Like, I act crazy so I confess. I confess so I can act crazy. This is a really good point. So let's go back through this timeline of where she says this. Okay, so Brad Weber supposedly coming home at 3:30. Once again, Brad Weber means nothing to a jury. They don't know who this even is. They don't know Brad Weber. They don't know anything about a van. So we have to like, is the prosecution gonna put Brad Weber on here? That would be very interesting to do when for cross. Well, she kind of shuts down anything quote unquote outside the scope. So if he saw Weber come home at 3:30, which is what we've been told, that Brad Weber came home at 3:30. The Webers have a van. We don't know that Brad Weber is driving the van when he comes home, but this is supposedly what spooks him. Okay, so he did something to his gun. Okay, so let's think about this. He followed them to the bridge, which we know he didn't follow them to the bridge, so maybe that's a typo and it's onto the bridge, because he's supposedly already on the bridge, remember? So he followed them to the bridge, did something to his gun, and thought that was when the cartridge came out. He told the girls down the hill. Okay, so the recording's at 2:13. Down the hill is at 2:14. Right? Thank you, Indiana girl. So down the hill is at 2:14. He's going to sexually assault them, which part of my theory was that that whoever it is tells them to undress before they ever cross the creek. Okay? That's just a theory. It's a theory that I've had. And that's why there's clothes in the water. What no, Charmaine? And hi, by the way. Hold on, let's see what Charmaine says. If he's faking, just start shooting him up. Hey, Grin. Good to see you. Where'd Charmaine go? She's probably typing me a novel. Rick said he would never confess to something he didn't do. Come on, Lynn. You know I love you, but you know that that's not how it works in life. That's not how false confessions even work. Oh, thank you, Charmaine. No insanity in Indiana. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Steve. Shoot, pop-ups. When I was at a crime scene a couple of years ago, Weber came home and he stopped his vehicle and looked at Julie and I from his driveway. Yeah, Brad Weber is not. He's not the nicest guy in the whole. That's why I was like, he'd be an interesting witness because he's not. He's not. He's not the nicest guy. He got the cops called on him, or he called the cops because remember the two girls were trespassing, quote unquote, and he pulled the gun on him and was holding him captive until the cops came. Okay, so hold on. So let's go through here. There is insanity. Oh, the McNaughton. Oh, you use McNaughton. Okay. All right, I'll go through that in a minute. But I'm trying to come up with what would make sense. Which crime scene photos, Cryptex? Because there's two different sets of crime scene photos that were leaked. There's the ones of the clothes, and then there's the ones of the bodies. Okay, so let's go. So 214 down the hill. So his intention is to sexually assault them. This is according to his confession, right? So at 214, he has the girls get undressed at gunpoint, racks the gun, loses the cartridge, right? So he has until about 3:30. So 214 to 3:30 to sexually assault them. Before Brad Weber comes home with his van, scares him, and he decides to tell the girls to cross the creek and cut their necks and cover their body with branches. Well, the motive would be that he was going to sexually assault them. That's the motive. But that's my thing here is he had an hour and 15 minutes to sexually assault them. Says he didn't do that because he got scared. Because of this van that pulls up. So he has them cross the creek, he kills them and covers their bodies. So let's talk about an hour and 16 minutes from the time that he's telling them to go down the hill and undress. And he does not sexually assault them because he's scared. Remember, this is his confession, but he doesn't sexually assault them because he got scared. Now let's talk about 3:30. He has the girls cross the creek. He has to kill them. Abby at some point has to be redressed, whether she does it herself or he does it, because there's two theories on that. He has to kill them, cover them with sticks, and then get out to the 300 North by 3:57. So now from the time that this van is there would be 3:30 to 3:57. Now he has to do all of that in 27 minutes. Kate, that is such a good point. Such a good point. So 2:32. So then if the phone is no longer moving and we're still going with this theory, that
There are moments in our lives that
we're going with the theory that during his confession, we're just trying to see if his confession would even work. That's such a good point. 2:32. The phone would have to be on the other side of the creek, according to the state's theory. The phone already has to be not moving from underneath Abby at all from 2:32. I'm sorry, but This thread is difficult to listen to. Your understanding of facts don't match any other reports. That is funny. That's funny, Candace. Who's mine? Or whose? Because that's funny. I think we're all, but here's the thing is there's so many. I hope that you're not talking about mine because I think that's hilarious. Hold on, let me go check what Sleuthy had to say. I think I need another drink. Maybe I should go get a 6-pack. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Seriously? Okay, hold on. That's not even the right one. I'm not even gonna be able to get back to fucking yesterday because today is already taking over my whole life. Oh, Jesus. You guys, this is so wonky. Hi, David. Right now, we're literally just going through what Dr. Walla's testimony is on the stand, which now has changed. All right, I'm going to finish going through this part first before we even get to the other part. So we were going through the confession. So anybody who's confused, if you're confused by what I'm saying, I'll reiterate what I'm talking about. His confession. Shut it.
Just go pants too. Then I was
His confession to Dr. Walla, his psychologist at Westville. We're talking about the details to that and if it could possibly even work. That's where we're at. So Walla testified he told her he wanted his wife to know that he loved her. He kept repeating he didn't want to miss Easter, and he had no psychotic symptoms. Walla said that on May 5th, there was an evaluation of suicide risk and a treatment plan review for Alan, with the number one goal ensuring safety and the number two goal targeting Alan's depression and anxiety. They revised the suicide watch from constant to close due to signs of improvement. Then Wallace spoke of her notes from May 9th, 2023 meeting with Alan, during which she testified. He said, "I just want to sign my confession." Wallace said she told Alan he needed to discuss that with his attorneys. Alan talked about self-harm and his last meal. Wallace said, then talked about wanting to get a job inside the Department of Corrections before later saying, "I'd be better off dead." Her cognitive assessment was mild impaired judgment. From her May 10th, 2023 notes, Wallace said Alan called his wife. Walla left the room, but when she returned, Alan said he wanted to call his wife again so she could hear. During that call, Alan asked if family loved him and would always love him, and said he might have to live the rest of his life in prison. He also mentioned the electric chair. He stated he killed Abby and Libby. Alan's wife said for him to stop saying that. He said, "I didn't do everything I said I did, but I did kill Abby and Libby." What else did he say he did then? Discussing notes from May 11th, Wallace said Alan mentioned he wanted closure by apologizing to the victims' families and wanted to see his wife. He said he needed closure for himself, Walla testified. Discussing notes from August 3rd, Wallace said when she asked Alan how he was doing, he said he wanted to go to heaven. Allen said he wanted to see his wife and talk to his family, and talked about being afraid of dying and not feeling well. He said he was concerned about his heart. Walla said during that meeting, Allen said he didn't know what's rational anymore and didn't know if he was going to heaven. Okay, this is... All right, let me go back up so we can go to after the break and see if they have anything in here. If not, I'm going to take you to Twitter anyway.
There are moments.
Okay, I think this is all just prosecution. Okay, I'm going to take you over here. So, let me get rid of that so it's not dinging in your ears. Okay, so from Kyla Russell, Richard Allen, psychologist at Westville Correctional Facility, admits she followed the case via podcasts and Facebook groups before and during his treatment. She said she contributed in chat rooms throughout. She did fucking chat. This is what DB was saying. She did chat. I know I sound like BG. I'm sorry, you guys. She also said she shared her thoughts with Allen during his treatment based on coverage she'd seen. We kind of knew that. If you at the 3-day hearing when she testified, she said that she would tell Richard Allen that he had people who believed him and people who believed in his innocence. She fed him speculation and used it in his... She could have been. She absolutely, she in her recommendations of channels, criminality was one of them. This is I absolutely a compromised witness. She's not good for either side, in my opinion. She never has been. I don't know why anybody wants her to testify. She's a train wreck. Okay, she said she is no longer working directly with the Department of Corrections. They had to do an investigation, she said. We've heard part of this testimony before, but received additional context today. Is there anything else to this? She doesn't have anything. She has no other update to that. Okay, hold on. We go to Donnie. He had some stuff in here for today's. One witness all morning, still on the stand, heading into the afternoon. Dr. Monica Walla, a psychologist who treated Richard Allen at Westville Correctional Facility, testified about times he confessed or said he wanted to confess to killing Abby and Libby. She said those came in April and May after his behavior started getting more bizarre. During an April 2023 session, Wallace said Allen brought up the case, saying that he killed the girls. He indicated his intention was sexual in nature. Wallace said another time was in May 2023 when he called his wife and wanted Walla to hear it too, so she would understand. She said he told them he'd had 3 beers and went to Monon High Bridge Trail, saw the girls on the bridge and followed them. That makes more sense. Wallace said Allen told the girls to go down the hill near Highbridge with the intention of raping them, but got scared when he saw a van in the area. The only area right there is the private drive. She said he described cutting their necks and making sure they died. Like, he described it, so what did he actually say? Like, that would be important to know, right? I mean, especially since one's wounds are completely different than the other ones. They have multiple vehicles, Judge Jessica, and one of them is a van. Cutting their necks, making sure they died, covered them with some sticks, and then went home to live his life. He almost seemed relieved, according to Walla. A lot of testimony about Richard Allen's mental health, suicide watch status at Westville. On cross, Walla faced questions about her true crime interests, including the Delphi case, and how her pretrial testimony in July led her to not working with Westville anymore. Well, Westville's garbage anyway. I don't even want to work there. They're fucking terrible. They probably wouldn't be around much longer. None of your business. Hell no, don't mind if they do. Hi, Nunya. Hey, Deaf Otter. Why is Walla even allowed to testify at this point after having followed the case and possibly having undue influence on Allen during therapies? I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea why this lady should be allowed to testify. If like, knowing what I know, she shouldn't even be on the stand for anybody, for any side. Hey, Percocet. Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at Bob, because I know he had a couple of. It says, we're nearing the end of the state's case today. ISP Harshman, who listened to all the recording. Yeah, he should be next, I think. And Dr. Walla, which she did end up showing up. Okay, let's go here. She's currently on the stand. She's testifying regarding multiple confessions made to her, most notably the confession made on May 3rd, wherein he gave the narrative description of his activities in the day of the murders. Wallace stated that Rick stated that he went to see his parents. They were going to go to lunch and he wasn't interested. He said he picked up a 6-pack of beer and drank 3, then drank the other 3 later. He went home, bundled up, and went to the bridge, followed the girls, stated that he did something with his gun, and that's when he must have dropped the round. He said he was intending on essaying the girls, but a van startled him and he killed the girls, covered the bodies with sticks, and went back to his car. Okay, for me, I'm telling you, the timing doesn't make sense for this to be accurate, but I don't know if that matters, because I don't know if the jury is going to be paying attention to the timing of that. I hope they are, but I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. Not to mention, they need to have some type of proof that there's even a van there at the time. And the only reason I say that they should have proof of that is because from everything we heard yesterday, he randomly makes shit up. Weird stuff. Stuff we know isn't true. So it's almost like, even if this is true, let's say that we're going, this is like the most hardcore confession we've gotten so far, right? Even though she's technically should be discredited because she's a fucking mess. Like, I hope the defense is going to go through this timeline that doesn't add up. My King of Kings, I honestly have no idea. It makes no sense to me, but they're buddies. I mean, it does. The timing is not right. It's not accurate. For us in the public, we would know this, but I'm hoping that the jury's going to put it together. Yeah, why would Abby be in Libby's clothes? He got scared, and then that's why so when does he decide? After he's scared, he tells Abby to put on Libby's clothes, or he tells them both to undress, and then he's like, Abby, actually, instead, go ahead and put on her stuff. Put that on, and then we're gonna cross the creek because now there's a van coming. I can't. I don't understand it. $214. Hi, Connie. $214. Down the hill. Take off your clothes. I'm going to sexually assault you. A van doesn't show up until 3:30, but I got scared in the hour and 15 minutes where I had the opportunity to do anything I wanted to do because nobody was there. Now, let's also discuss the fact that... All right, hold on. I don't know if this is going to load because I got a lot of shit on here right now. So that's leaving him on the... It just doesn't make sense. That's leaving him over here because he doesn't cross the creek yet, right? According to this confession. Just according to this confession. He comes, he tells the girls to go down the hill. He's going to sexually assault them, but a van is coming. So this puts 3:30. He's here from 2:14 to 3:30. Okay. Go back over here. 2:14 to 3:30. Let's just put this in perspective real quick. So Cheyenne gets there at 2:49. And her friend cross the bridge. So they would have been on the south side of the bridge. I was there around 3:45, 3:50. This is 2:45, 2:50. She corrects it down here. Just FYI. The other girl that I ran into, I didn't know she was going to be there, and I also know her personally, was there at 3:30. And she says down here. Oh shit. Son of a bitch. I'm not in view mode. I'm in edit mode, so it's gonna start moving shit. She said after I got out of my car and I was already walking towards the bridge, I had missed a call from a telemarketer at 2:50. This puts her and her friend on the bridge at the same time he would have been at the end of the bridge. Does that make sense? Some think it's Cheryl, some think it's Shelby. So just FYI. And I think both are there, but that is it. She parks at the Mears at the Mears parking lot. She's not in a van. She is not in a van. So she's Here's where she corrects that time. My friend showed up around 2:30. Her friend showed up at 2:30. Well, I showed up at 2:45 to 2:50. We would have seen someone. And they're on the bridge. She like there's her photos of her friend and her on the bridge. Let me get this into view so it stops trying to edit everything I'm doing. What was Derek driving? Didn't he testify to what he was driving? Sleuthy? Nope. Okay, so then you have, so we would know that her and her friend are there on the bridge, right? On the bridge. I mean, I think the van part could make sense, but I don't think timing purposes it would matter. Because I think that's what's throwing it off. I mean, yeah, I've heard this whole Brad theory, the Brad Weber van theory for a long time. But the way that he confessed to it is saying that the van is what scared him to not sexually assault the girls and to make them cross the creek where he killed them. That doesn't work. It doesn't work because the van wouldn't be there until 3:30. He had an hour and 15 minutes. Yes, this is my whole point. Yeah, exactly. Did Derek say what kind of car he drove, Sleuthy? I thought he testified to what he drove, but I'm not. I can go over to that screen, I guess. Okay, so Cheyenne, Shelby, or Cheryl, depending on who you think is with her. But I either way, Cheyenne and her friend on the bridge. Okay, now Daniel Pearson. Now remember, Daniel Pearson is there with the girlfriend. And let's see if I can confirm. So he's the one who flannel shirt guy says that he saw him with his girlfriend. Yeah, I didn't see two girls down by the Monon High Bridge. I did see this couple down there though, and the couple would be Daniel Pearson and his girl Shelby, his girl Shelby, different Shelby. And then Derek is testifying that when he's out there at what time did Derek say he's out there? He sees two people sitting on the first platform. So also people on the bridge, more people on the bridge. Because it was a guy and a girl, I think is what he testified to. Or did he just say young people? I don't want to misquote that. But either way, there's no way this dude is at the end of this bridge. There's no way the dude is at the end of this bridge until 3:30. Now, let's go the other way. So let's say he comes over and they cross the bridge because we know that the phone has to stop moving at 2:32. So they undress, they cross the bridge, they end up at the crime scene at 2:32 where the phone never moves again. Right? And so now a van comes at 3:30 and scares him where he's like, shit, I got to kill him and I got to cover him with sticks and get the hell out of here. Okay? So now 2:32 to 3:30 where Brad Weber comes home in this van is still an hour where he could have done whatever he was planning on doing. There was no van to scare him. I'm just saying his own confession doesn't make sense. Because instead of sexually assaulting him, he has Abby. Because, you know, now with Cicero's testimony, Cicero is trying to say that Abby was wearing the clothes before she's killed. And so that means that the perpetrator doesn't necessarily have to dress Abby. Hmm. The timing doesn't work. The timing doesn't work for his confession to be accurate. Right. That's what he said. Yeah. But I'm like, even if we go with that, like even if it's the other way, it still doesn't make sense because he still has an hour over here where instead of deciding to sexually assault them, he tells Abby to get Libby's clothes on. I think he may have been closer to the river when he got them to strip. That's possible. I mean, and I think that theory still kind of works for, you know, having the girls go down the hill, take off their clothes before they cross the creek, regardless of who the perpetrator is. But I'm talking about just Richard Allen's confession to Walla, the timing, I can't make it fit. Hidden true crime, it depends. It depends on it. Hidden true crime has been going to court every day, which is exhausting in itself. So Hidden True Crime did just great coverage of the Lori and Chad Daybell trials. They don't have a lot of history on the Delphi trial. So there's a lot of things that aren't making sense to them, which is fine. I get it. Sometimes it's interesting to go into the trial not knowing anything so you can come up with your own conclusions. Sometimes she's coming out and reporting straight, like this is what the testimony was. And then sometimes there's a little added stuff, just like I do. But her added stuff, she can't really add stuff because she doesn't know the history of the case. And that's a lot of like, and you guys know, like I love Andrea Burkhart. And she's been going to the trial every day. And so she goes and sits there and then she comes back and she reports everything. But then she also will give her opinions based on her lawyer side, not based on all the case information. Like if she doesn't know something about the case, she'll be like, hey, you guys in chat, you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about or exactly what that means because I don't. Oh, Adrian, thank you. Hi, honey. Did I miss you earlier? I think I saw you and I think I missed you. And Shell, thank you so much for joining. You guys have been dropping all kinds of stuff in here. Connie, thank you. Welcome back. It's been a while, but you've always been a member. Grin, how dare you read factual testimony out loud? I know. It's crazy. And Kim says that this case should have only been about Abby and Libby, and the state took that away from them and their families. I agree with you. I know other people don't. They think that that's preposterous and it is only about Abby and Libby. I struggle, though, because, and I've said this for a really long time, trials are about ensuring the defendant's constitutional rights. If it's just about the victim, then we would go back to just hanging the people we think are guilty, and we wouldn't even have a trial anymore. The trial is really about Richard Allen, but the end result, the focus should be on Abby and Libby, and I don't think it can be because I think that the state has fucked up this case so bad that even if Richard Allen is the right guy, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. They didn't do anything right, and I don't even think I'm not even at the point where I'm even sure Richard Allen is the right guy anymore because these confessions are fucking hogwash. I want the bombshell. I want the bombshell. They're not giving me this bombshell. And I know mainstream media is really going to go ahead and push this right here. But the timing of that confession to Walla, I'm sorry, it does not make sense.
There are moments in our lives that change us, and they happen every day.
Even with ads playing in the background. It does not add up. It does not work. So unless they have Brad Weber coming home at 2:30, let's try that. Let's go with a totally different time, and we've always been told the wrong time. Let's go with that. 2:30. That scares him, makes him cross over, kill the girls, cover them with sticks. He still has 232 to 357. He still has all that time with them that I don't know. Then he wouldn't have been. There would have been no reason for him to be scared. Okay, KP, that's that is absolute facts. You are 100% on that. Don't I know it? Fucking Chris Watts, hate that guy. Yeah, we went through a little bit of defense diaries. All right, let me refresh this. Let me refresh this and just see if there's anything new on this one. I don't think that they were at lunch. So, and they probably aren't back yet. All right, let's see. Let's see. Who do I want? I thought I went to Donnie's. Here we go. That's I ended up in Max's. Is that how that happened? All right, he's reposting Max's. So let's go over to Max's. The lunch update. Only witness to take the stand is Monica Walla. Testified about her sessions and her interactions. Those included confessions he made to her about killing Abby and Libby. At one point in early April, he said he took their lives to preserve his own. Alan has also apparently admitted to having a sex addiction and was an alcoholic. Dr. Wallace said after Alan received discovery papers from his attorneys, he began acting strangely. She said repeatedly she believed it wasn't genuine and Alan was only doing odd things to get something. At one point, Alan was apparently eating his own poop. Dr. Walla believed Alan suffered from situational psychoses. In early May, Alan made his most detailed confession yet. He told Walla that he drank 3 beers. This is like repetitive now. Drank 3 beers that day and then headed to the trails. He said he saw the girls walking and he followed them. He mentioned doing something with the gun and believes that's when the bullet fell out. The bullet was found at the murder scene, not at the bridge. See, Max notes that. Good job, Max. He then cut their necks and waited there to make sure. Oh, hold on. I missed this whole thing. Then ordered them down the hill and was going to rape them. He saw a van and it scared him, so he made them cross the creek. He then cut their necks and waited there to make sure they were dead, then walked back to his car and continued his life normally ever since. Dr. Wallace said he had no psychotic signs at the time, but was high risk for suicide. No psychotic signs at the time. He's already been given the Haldol, right? And I'm pretty sure that she had testified before. I don't remember for sure, so I'm not going to say it. No, I don't believe Sarah Carbotto. I think she's garbage. The defense doesn't have to have a case, honey. You know that. He talked about killing himself by jumping off his sink. And snapping his neck. Later, he told Dr. Walla, I didn't do everything I said I did, but I killed Abby and Libby. Somebody else reported that's what he said to his wife. So I don't know. Dr. Wallace said Allen received discovery papers from his defense in early April. Okay. During the month of April, Allen was involuntarily given his medication via an injection. Dr. Walla testified that she believed he was faking some of his symptoms during some of these outbursts. But the other doctor still chose to medicate him. Dr. Walla testified that he mentioned starting a nuclear war. Oh, that's a new one. Is that the World War III that we keep hearing about? Wilson Bridge is on. I can show you Wilson Bridge if you want, Lisa. It's on the other side, though. He also tried to flush his Bible down the toilet at one point. That's interesting. We heard yesterday he tried to eat his Bible. However, Dr. Wallace said he was showing signs of improvement by late April. During cross-examination, defense attorney Brad Rosie asked right out of the gate why she no longer works at the DOC. She stopped working there after testifying during a July hearing in this case. It was revealed that she used the DOC database to look up information about the case that was not public. Rosie said she was obsessed with the case. Dr. Walla admitted to following it closely and participating in Facebook groups and online chat rooms about the case. She became more interested after Allen's arrest. She said she never formally told her bosses about her interest in the case, even when Allen was sent to the DOC. Dr. Walla admitted to sharing her thoughts with Mr. Allen about what she saw in the online groups. This is problematic. We have no idea what she fucking told him. Dr. Wallace said he was fragile when he came to the DOC and had a D mental health code on a scale from A to E, with E being the worst. They broke for lunch. Miss K, do you remember what car he drove, though? I swear we know what kind of car Derek had, and I'm going to have to look then. Maybe it wasn't during testimony, but it was, we were told it before at least, so. Boss lady, everything in this confession was information provided to RA during his interviews. What new information did he provide? This whole thing about the van is this big thing, but I can't, timing purposes, make that work. But here, I keep trying to say, one, my opinion doesn't matter. I'm not on the jury. I don't have a final say so. We don't know how the jury is taking the information and what bits and pieces are important to them. As much as we can sit here and talk about the confessions and Dr. Walla being completely just not a credible, I don't know why the fuck she's testifying. I think MB said that too. I don't know why she's even on the stand. I don't know why either side wants her on the stand. She's a mess for both sides, in my opinion. So it could come down to the jury saying, we don't give a shit what this woman has to say. So what to not just talk more shit about Walla, but Walla was fired. So the most damning confessions so far, the most damning confessions are to Dr. Walla, right? With this whole May 3rd detailed information. She was fired. Now, the next ones, and this is why I said this is what I'm thinking about. I don't know if the jury's thinking about any of this. And like every comment that you guys make in chat, we don't know that the jury is thinking that way. They might be, but we don't know. They could be totally taking Walla and saying no, she's absolutely credible and she's like the best thing since sliced bread. Yeah, what does that have to do with, did he say not glass? Did he say no windows? Was that something reported that he said no windows? Because I saw that earlier too, where somebody was talking about these windows and no windows. Does he, in the confession to Walla, does he state that this van that he saw has no windows? And if that's the case, where is that said? And did I read that and forget that I read it? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, would it matter that it had windows? Somebody said that to me earlier, and I was like, wait a minute. The transit van one, remember the one that was from, gosh darn it, the building that was under construction and they had the cameras up? It was like the white van that like hit the streets, hit the YouTube streets, like back in the day. I don't know if I can find it. That one was like that little transit van. Let's see, just being active and following the case and speculation around it when Alan is a suspect and her patient isn't. It's an ethics violation, absolutely. At this one, I think she's a mess for either side. She shouldn't even be on the stand, but both of them want to call her. Oh, I got you. Okay, thank you. I was thinking that maybe it was some new Fox 59 article gives more details on Walla. Posted it in our Facebook. Okay, thank you. So I want to go. So the most damning confessions from yesterday and today, that the public thinks is what the jury's going to like just be freaking out about, is the confession to the warden that we talked about. That the date was wrong, but these two unofficial ones to the warden where they're not recorded, and they were verbal, but he never did anything about the info. One of those confessions, these two unofficial ones that have no recording or no documentation to go with them, Gallipo is saying that Richard Allen told him that he used to work at CVS and had disposed of a box cutter that he used to kill the girls, and then he threw it in this dumpster. And the warden was fired. So we got the warden is fired. And I don't know if this is what he's saying he was told, or if this is what he was told by Richard Allen, and somebody in chat might be able to confirm one way or the other, if he's told this by Richard Allen directly, or if this is what one of the companions had said, because we do have a companion who also states the same information, where he says that, I think it's Fisher, down here on 429, where he tells Fisher that he killed the two girls from Delphi with a box cutter. He stole it and left it in the CVS trash, and he wanted to write a confession to the warden. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know if he's telling both of them that, or if this is information relayed from Fisher to the warden. But either way, the warden is fired. Either way, this Fisher guy also fired. All for ethical violations. All of the major, all these major confessions, the witnesses that made these confessions, or that are telling the jury about these confessions, all fired for ethic violations. Okay, Fox 59. Let's go look at that. I just wish we could watch this fucking trial. Then we could go back and we could actually, like, for all the things that we may miss, we can go back and watch it again. These stupid ads and all these articles are so dumb. More free time to testify. Throws the box cutter in a dumpster, but keeps a bullet in a box as a memento. Yep. And they've never, I don't even, It seems that Holman in that interrogation was trying to tie this bullet or this round from the keepsake box to tie it to something to do with the girls. I think he was failing at that point. Just a side note, I have seen a lot of things that Holman had said to Richard Allen being stated as factual information now on social media. And I just beg for people to be cautious because Holman, one, is allowed to lie, and two, testified that he did lie to Richard Allen about a lot of things. So people are quoting what Holman was saying and saying it's factual. We had this issue back with Keegan Kline too, when the cops were telling Keegan Kline, "You're the last person to talk to her. You're the last person to do this," and he was like, "Okay, like what?" And then people were like, "He was the last one to talk to her," and it's like, no, the cops are just saying that bullshit. They can say whatever they want. So just make sure if you hear somebody saying that this was said, like, was it Rick that said it or did Holman say it? Because that is Holman's. I don't know. I'm not a Holman fan at all. Okay, let's see. This is from Fox 59. This should be Russ McQuaid's. Yep. Okay. A clinical psychologist who examined Richard Allen while he was in custody described her interactions with Allen during his time at the Westville Correctional Facility, including his account of the day of the murders. Allen is charged with 4 counts of murder in connection with the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge. State police announced his arrest in October 2022, blah, blah, blah. Day 10 jurors watched the videotape. We know this already. Okay, Dr. Monica Walla. Oh, another thing that I heard today when I was finishing Bob's live that we didn't get to talk about yesterday was apparently when on the 13th, when Richard Allen is being interviewed / interrogated by Mullen and Liggett, they're asking him if he knows Tony Kline. And remember, we talked about that Holman was asking him if he knew Ron Logan. And then they wanted to know if Richard Allen was the mastermind or if it was somebody else. Okay, so she took the stand. She was employed as the lead psychologist for the Indiana Department of Correction and was technically a contractor. She primarily worked at Westville and provided services to Allen. Probably shouldn't write it like that. While he was in custody. Walla took on Allen because of the high-profile nature of his case. She was like, I like this case. I know this case. Let me have him. She first saw him in November of 2022. He was frequently on suicide watch, which meant corrections personnel had to keep him on close observation. Walla didn't initially discuss the Delphi murders with Allen and discouraged him from talking about the case with others. In an April 5th patient complaint, Allen said, I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. He said he made sure they were dead so they didn't suffer and believes that they were deceased by the time he left. And that's adding some more detail into it. He was back on suicide watch at the time. He became tearful and said he committed the murders by himself. According to Walla's account, Allen said his intentions were sexual in nature, and he alluded to having a sex addiction. He believed the girls were older, perhaps 18 or 19, although he also thought they could have been as young as 11. He also said he was an alcoholic and had been both a victim and a perpetrator of child molestation. So this is what he's telling Walla. He also says this to the guards that we learned yesterday. Is it true? No fucking idea. He wanted to apologize to the girls' families. Alan told Walla he was glad he didn't kill himself and expressed appreciation for being housed and clothed at the facility. So he's grateful now. He told her he slept with his Bible and had committed himself to God. His thought process was all over the place at times, and his emotions were up and down. Winchester is a popular brand, yeah. During a May 2nd report, Walla noted that Alan said he killed the girls, asked if it was okay for him to kill himself, and added he didn't want to die because he was too much of a coward. How about that? If you found God, you're like a born-again Christian. You don't commit suicide. He had trouble, remember, but he only found God at the end of March. So, I don't know. He had trouble staying on topic, but Walla noted that he didn't appear psychotic. She believed he had situational psychosis, meaning he would have episodes of psychosis at times and then go into remission. On May 3rd, Alan wanted to call his wife and recounted the events of February 13th. He said he saw his mother in the morning in Mexico, Indiana. He was offered an invitation to go out to lunch, but declined. He told Walla that he drank 3 beers and then went to the trails. You guys be nice to each other, please. He saw Abby and Libby walking on the trail, and he followed them. At least the reporting here seems to be pretty consistent. Everybody's telling the same story. If he's a sex addict, escalation is common. But does anybody, like, as a juror, don't you want, and like I said, maybe the juror doesn't care, maybe the jury doesn't care, but as a juror, don't you want them to prove any of this to be accurate? Was he a sex addict? You know, one of the things he claimed was that he sexually abused his sister. Well, his sister's sitting in court. So is she going to testify that she was sexually abused by him? I mean, maybe if they go through his, you know, they want to talk about like adding in the Google history of him Googling the crime, or, you know, the prosecution saying he Googled the crime in October. If we're going with that type of like sex addiction and escalation, wouldn't you want to show all these fucking weird websites that he would be going to? We'd always heard that rumor, remember? Sorry. We always heard that rumor that he liked long nipples. And then he says to Holman, like, I don't want you guys looking at all the websites I go to. So there should be some form of escalation in his website searches as well. Like, there should be, if he's escalating, there's got to be some type of path that he's going on where he's starting to look at some really bad shit. Thank you, Dina. Yeah, he's supposedly like long nipples. That was one of the leaked information. That he liked the long nipples. Sorry, Bean. It wasn't me. But this is why I'm saying, like, as a juror, do they care? Do they care about when this van was around and even proving that there is a van? Or do they just go, well, that's enough for me? I'm not a juror, so I don't know. I don't even want to see. I don't want to see Holman's browser history. Nope, nope, nope. DB will make one for us, I'm sure. Women who have breastfed, protect yourselves. An empty box of Winchester Supreme Elite hollow point from his house. I don't recall that at all. I only recall the Winchester being from the box, the keepsake box. I don't know, he might like a third nipple, Nanya. Never know. Maybe that's the escalation. It went from long nipples. Yeah, let's look at it. I'm pulling up the. I don't recall anything about an empty box of Winchester. I've looked at this thing quite a bit, so, but you know, I don't feel good. So sometimes my brain isn't always as accurate. Let me see. If anybody, if you could find this line item, you know, because it tells you like what the number is. Like if you know what it is, let me know so I can just find it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna sit here and read through them real quick. Because I don't recall any empty box of Winchester, but I could be wrong. I'm all for being corrected. Here you go. Right here, DRV 149. Sealed bag containing 1 Winchester Supreme Elite empty ammo box. Yep, there it is. Third. Yeah, that's the classic progression. Long nipples to third nipples to genocide. So why would he? So what's the empty box of Winchester Supreme Elite empty ammo? Is this supposed to go back to? Oh, Fiend, you've been talking about this damn bullet stuff. Okay, so are we saying, hey Junior, are we saying that the Winchester that's in the keepsake box and the Winchester at the crime scene are both hollow points and belong to this Winchester Supreme Elite empty box? Is that kind of what, is that where the whole, why, is that what we're saying? That's, somebody tell me that that's what the testimony is. And that we're tying it back because they both come from this Winchester Supreme Elite empty box? Okay, this may be lengthy. Probably not the right choice of words there, Steve, for when we're talking about Googling long nipples. This may be lengthy, but hold judgment, everybody, and let this soak in. Steve is a huge supporter of Ellie, as is Cicero. Cicero would have had access to all of the evidence and the confessions. See next. Hold on. Now I'm skipping other ones. Hold on, I was trying to find Steve's other comment. It says see next. Here it is. Cicero, as I have seen things at the crime scene that makes no sense to the CSI world, as we can see in his testimony. Yeah, I'm just feeling like the jury can see this going two different, completely different ways. We were kind of talking about it yesterday too. Is like, I'm not sure I have 12 that I think 12 are going to be able to convict. I just don't see 12 being able to agree on this. I mean, shit, I don't think 12 of us can agree on it. If he just randomly picked out like 12 of us, I just don't think we'd agree. Hi, ATS. It just means he didn't just keep one random bullet. He used Winchester in general, not a special bullet. But he changes to Blazer because what's found in the gun and in the extra magazine is Blazer. That's what I thought, Sleuthy. That's where I was getting confused. Okay. Fiend says, no, we are saying that, not what the prosecution is saying. Okay. Which bullet, unspent round, is a hollow point? The one in the keepsake box or the one at the crime scene? Which one is the hollow point? Hold on. Okay, so what was testified to? The testimony about the rounds, which one was hollow point? Keepsake box, hollow point. Kate says both. Sleuthy says keepsake box. They're both hollow point according to Andrea. Just the tip. Okay. I don't think switching ammo brand is a big deal personally, particularly through the pandemic when ammo was highly sought after. Yeah. If you apply the burden of beyond reasonable doubt, it's an easy not guilty. This entire case is reasonable doubt and lack of evidence and a shit show of incompetence. Okay, so people are saying why does it matter? This is why it would matter, in my opinion. That's all I got for you. Is my opinion is that Holman keeps bringing up this round from the keepsake box, and that he's trying to tell Richard Allen, that he kept it, and that his wife said that he only kept it, was only there after 2017, so that he kept it because it was a memento of the crime. That's what the whole thing is that he's trying to say that it's a memento. So if there's two unspent rounds, right? Let's go with this. There's two rounds, one from the scene and one that he kept in this keepsake box. And according to Holman, right? That's why I said you have to make sure you know where it's coming from. According to Holman, that's why it's a Jesus criminal network. That's why he kept it. So if they're both from the crime scene, he only finds one of them and brings it home and keeps it, right? They should be able to match the two bullets together. And I keep saying bullets, but rounds, the cartridges, they should be able to match them both together. That's kind of, I think, the train of thought here is if he kept this as a special memento in his keepsake box because it reminded him of the crime. Did not have ejector marks. Why? But why couldn't they match them together? If that's Holman's theory. Big Dirty. Yeah, I'm not with you. So, if you and I are sitting on a jury together, Big Dirty 73, we're going hung. I mean, some may say that's normal, but people come in and they say that like he's guilty of sin, and I get that that's what you think. It's pretty clear Rick killed the girls. I know that you guys think this, but it's not to me. So I'm telling you, if I'm sitting on a jury with you, we're not coming to a verdict because I'm not giving in. And I don't think you're giving in either. So if there's a me and there's a you on that jury, we're not coming back with a guilty verdict. And I think people need to recognize that. Hey, MK. I haven't seen you forever. You know what, Vertinoga? That's actually exactly what that's what I thought it was. When he was talking in that interrogation about that he had attempted, that he had attempted to kill himself, I was like, I wonder if it has to do with that. You know how they say like when somebody is almost shot, they go ahead and they give them the bullet, and they're like, this is like this, keep this as a reminder that you could not be here. Right. Okay, let's talk about Croft. God, Kate, don't bring me back to Chris Watts. I hate Chris Watts. Did he leave any DNA at the scene? Yes. Well, the scene, I mean, in fairness, yes, the scene was his house. So, yeah. And his murder weapon is locked up because they're his hands. He killed them with his hands. I don't think that's a good one. You gotta go to a different one, Kate, for me. Yeah. Hey, Mandy Bay. There is DNA at the scene. It's female DNA and unknown male DNA. It would have been Andrea's or Bob's, Indiana girl. Okay, let's do a poll. But I have to bring up YouTube, so you're gonna have to bear with me real quick. Why throw away the Winchester box? It's not thrown away. They found it. You talking about this one? This is the one that Kate brought up. Okay, hold on. I gotta stop reading. Weapon recovered. It was the duct tape, and the chloroform, which would technically go together. So yes and no. See, I keep reading. I gotta stop reading so I can go do this. Hold on. Okay, so we want it to be like if you're on the jury now, like as of now, right? Okay, so we want it to be, oh Jesus, if you're on the jury, if you are on the jury, what is your current vote? Guilty, not guilty. You can't be undecided at this point. Yeah, the tale of two T's. There's no more undecided. It's if you're on the jury, jury goes to deliberate right now. Trial is over. You're in deliberation. That's okay, shibby. The ones who understand it and can appreciate it typically stay. The other ones end up unsubbing and leaving, which is fine because sometimes it gets exhausting. Sam says there's not enough evidence to convert him to Christianity or Catholicism, or I'm just giving you a hard time, Sam. I know what you mean. There's not enough evidence to convict him. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, they didn't recover the chloroform. They recovered the Google searches for the chloroform. And they did recover DNA. Casey Anthony found not guilty. I know. And she's one of the exceptions to my overall rule of I swear people are innocent until proven guilty. And if the jury says they're not, like, we have to let it go, except for Casey Anthony. I always say that. I'm like, except for Casey Anthony. because that bitch is guilty. You know what's curious about the keepsake round? It's the only item on there that says exactly where it's found. I do think that's interesting. I've always thought that too, Fiend. I think we were talking about that the last time you were in here. Then Indiana girl, then go read because everything from yesterday is the only sources I have for it are Bob, Andrea, WTHR, and Wish. So that's where I had started. Well, that's not true. I had started Tom Webster and I had started Lawyer Lee, both on just the interviews. So I haven't done either of their confessions yet. But Indiana girl, let's be fair, you haven't been sleeping. So yeah, that's how they keep wanting it. Oh, and OJ was guilty. But I don't think OJ acted alone. So okay, so let's go through these one at a time. His voice matches. Nobody's proven that. So people, it's going to be interesting because the jury is going to have their own subjective weight to put on that. But nobody's proven that. There's been no actual voice comparison. And what we do know is that the voice that we heard on Down the Hill is enhanced, which was testified to. So jury could go either way. They're going to probably make up their own mind from now actually being able to hear him in court or in the interrogations that were played in court. Okay, so let's go with that. His body type matches. Incorrect. You mean body type? Well, maybe body type. Let's go with body. You want to go with body type, not body height, because all witnesses are saying 5'10". And another thing the prosecution doesn't do is to do the height analysis, which would have cost 10 grand. They don't bother to do a height analysis to prove how tall fucking bridge guy is. So to a jury, that could go either way. His clothes match. Well, David Riley, who was there around the same time with his dog, is literally wearing the same exact clothes, jeans and a blue jacket. So that's a problem. And I think the biggest thing to a jury is you could say clothes match, but there's no DNA found on any clothes that were taken from his house. So I can argue that point. His car is found on video. No, a car that matches his car or that looks like his car is found on video. Jurors come back and ask the question and say, hey, did you guys as the investigators bother to see how many types of 2016 black Ford Focuses belong to people who lived in Carroll County or in the area? No, we didn't bother to do that. So there's not an exact match because you cannot see a VIN number, cannot see a license plate number, and cannot see the driver. So we do not know that it's his car. Let's see what else you got. The bullet's a match. Junk science. We'll go back and forth with that. Some are going to believe that's good science. Some are going to believe it's not. How do you test an unspent round with ejector and extractor marks against a fired round and not even bother to test it against an unspent round? If you test it against an unspent round, if you just eject a round, right? You put it in, you eject the round from the same gun, it should have the exact same extractor and ejector marks. Should be easy to compare it, right? She couldn't do it. She had to fire it, which is a totally different amount of pressure on the round. So you get somebody on there that's going to say that's a problem. Why are we not being able to go unspent for unspent or ejected to ejected? 61 confessions. Let's talk about the confessions. That's what we're here to do anyway. Let's talk about the confession. I'm sorry, you guys. Give me a second. Let's go to the confessions. I'm already dead. I'm dead, by the way. That's one of the things he confessed to. I'm dead. I'm being stabbed. Let's see. I live in the medieval times. Acted like he was from the 1400s, so that's one. Let's go with the other ones. This is what I'm saying. These are all things. Everything that you're saying can go either way, and I'm not discounting it as a way for people to say that he is guilty on the jury. I do think you're right, but I don't know how 12 can get there, because if I'm one of those 12, I'm not with you. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying that those are completely inaccurate and that nobody's going to be thinking about that. I do think they are. But for me, I'm like, wait a minute. I would, this is me sitting in the jury room deliberating with you, and I'm saying no. Saying he molested his sister. There's nobody's testifying that he molested his sister. That shouldn't even have been in there anyway. He cheated on his wife. Did he actually cheat on his wife? Don't know. He molested his best friend, Chris. Who the fuck's Chris? He's never cheated on his cigarettes. Let's see. I killed them so that I could have more time with that my family would have more time to live. I killed them so my family would have more time to live. You can't tell me my wife is dead. I killed the girl so I could save my wife. Okay. Let's see what else there is. There's Trot, Foxtrot, Foxy Lady, fuck you. There's that one. That was a good one. Forgive me for molesting Abby and Libby. They're not molested. And if you think that they are, and that we just don't know it because of the crime scene, well, then you have to go to his confession that he tells Walla, which is the opposite, is that he didn't end up doing it because he got scared and panicked. So it's like, which one's the truth then? Are any of them the truth? Is one of them the truth? Maybe. Maybe not. What's the other ones? Let me see. Oh, I do love this one. This was one of my favorites. So this isn't a confession. It's just something that he was logged with doing. Masturbating in front of the doorway. He was singing, "Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys." That was a good one. He's rubbing feces all over himself, wiping it, or eating feces, drinking toilet water, banging his head on the wall until it's black and blue, eating his Bible. Where's the one that he killed? He killed his family, including his grandkids, in one of them. Hold on, where's that one? That was down here, I think. Sticks a spork in his genitals, sticking his finger in his butt and lining up his feces. Yeah, he killed his own family, including his grandkids. Kill me and save my family. Thinks that he probably touched his daughter. Okay, there's nobody saying that nobody did that. He says, if I fucked those girls, I fucked them. If I killed those girls, I killed them. This is nonsensical gibberish. So since I can't say this one, this is why I say, if I go to the police station and I tell the cops I killed my neighbors, right? I go in there and I say, I killed my neighbors. They can detain me, but they have to go, one, prove my neighbors are dead, and two, find evidence that I actually did it. If I just say it, it's not enough. So if any of these things are true, they have to be able to support it with evidence. This is my problem with this whole thing. They've taken his confessions and then tried to put evidence to match them. If this was your evidence, you've had it for 5.5 years before you arrested him. 7 years before you got here. I'm sorry if I'm sitting on that jury with you. We're going hung jury. That's all I can tell you. That's what I said earlier, Ems. I said the same thing. I'm like, can somebody make that make sense to me? Hey, Matt. Oh yeah, he was starting World War III. That was another one. But then the other article said that it was no, because I don't think anybody's watching. It's not about the troll channels. This is legit. Like, I don't want you guys giving people who are talking about those side of the facts a hard time. Please don't, because for real, this is what the jury's going to sit there and talk about. There are going to be people on the jury who see it exactly like that. But I also want those people to understand there's going to be people on the jury like me. I mean, unless you happen to get 12 of you You get 12 yous and none of me's. That's what they're going to be thinking. Why would you say you killed 2 girls if you didn't? Well, one of the confessions is that he killed the 2 girls to save his wife. So do we take that one for what was happening to his wife? Did he have to? Was his wife in harm's way? Well, I mean, people. Shit. I wonder if I can bring up that video. Maybe somebody can find it for me while I'm live. Did you guys watch the confession of the guy who his father was missing? And they convinced him that he killed his own dad? They convinced him he killed his own dad. And so he started confessing to killing his dad. Like he was telling him, yeah, I did it. I killed him. And then come to find out his dad wasn't fucking dead. His dad was just out, gone. He just wasn't answering his phone. And they had convinced this guy to confess that he killed his dad. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I know psychologically that there are reasons behind why people do it. This is Big Dirty. That's a great question. But what are those details that we didn't? What detail? This is what I keep asking over and over again. Anybody tell me, what details did he know that we didn't? Because so far, he hasn't said anything that we don't know when it comes to the actual crime. And the only things that he's saying that people are putting in there are things that nobody ever accounted for in the crime. And now after he confessed, they're trying to make it fit. And if people on the jury see that, they're going to be like, this is all fucking shenanigans. But if other people don't, and they just see it like black and white, like why would somebody confess when they said they would never confess? Which is what I think the prosecution is hoping for, which I think yesterday they play like, look at this guy who's sitting in the interrogations and he's saying he didn't do it. And he's like, look, I would never confess to something I didn't do. And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, he's confessing to something that he didn't do. But so if he says he'll never confess to what he didn't do, that means when he does confess, I actually feel the same. It's just my voice is going. But I mean, so if he does confess, that must mean that he did it. But if he confesses in 15 different ways, then which one's true? So we just pick out the ones that were like, oh yeah. Let's pick that one. That one sounds good. Shenanigans. Going to get deep here, Matt says, I've suffered from brief drug-induced psychosis and delusions. My paranoia felt very real. I felt like people were watching me. I was accusatory and irrational. It was scary. I was not that deep, Matt, but I will tell you that one of the reasons I stopped smoking weed was because I started to become like that. I got fucking weird, and I was like, yeah, I'm not smoking this shit anymore. That was a long time ago. Long time ago. But I was like, oh fuck, everybody's watching me. That's why I said not that deep, but I get it. I haven't heard from Ruckus for a while. See, that's like, I know people don't like Ruckus. I like Ruckus. If he's wrong, he's wrong. That's kind of what we've always told each other. Like, I think this, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. What is going to happen? We're not on the jury at the end of the day. Yep. That's right. When the coroner changed his testimony to match his statements, that was supposed to trick us. So does that work? So do some jurors fall for that and say, wait a minute, oh yeah, he did say something about a box cutter, and now the ME is saying something about a box cutter. Yeah, how many confessions convinced you to say? I would feel better almost at the point if there was these like 2-3 confessions, whatever. And they were all like the same and supported by actual evidence. No, they weren't. According to the ME, they were not. asking for help because people were trying to kill him. He was using cocaine and there was nobody after him. I felt really bad for him. My niece suffered through something very much like that, and she actually was missing for like 4 days, and she was found walking down some railroad tracks in the middle of Iowa. Mind you, nobody that we knew lived in Iowa. And during her time that she was gone, she said like that she was sitting up in a tree. We don't even know if any of it's real. We don't even know or if it did happen, and that's just what she thinks happened. So she was sitting up in a tree, and then we all came and talked to her. We were telling her different things, and that she was having conversation with some of our family that was no longer alive. Yeah, it was pretty bad. That's when she got sober. Yeah. A lot of people do think 61. It's like, oh my gosh, who confesses 61 times? And it's like, well, somebody who's repeating it over and over again and has just fucking lost his mind. Which I knew from the get-go. I was like, this could go two ways. It could absolutely go two ways. It could be that he's completely lost his fucking mind and he's just over there sputtering bullshit, or the fucking guy did it. If all these if there was 61 confessions saying the same shit with evidence to back it up, then I'd be there. But it's not. There just isn't. Not to me, there isn't. And it's okay that there is to you, but not to me, there isn't. High allegedly innocent. The Richard Allen trial is insane. I am convinced the girls got into a car under the bridge and was returned in the middle of the night when Tobe Lesenby called the search off. I believe it. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people that believe it. Locked in a box for 6 months, being told all you have to do is say you did it and it will stop. Local last, I'm right there with you. That's what I think. Woman doing just the tip, you'd need 69. Well, a lot of people think that his defense attorneys stopped him from being able to take a plea deal. Now, I mean, that's just a belief that people have. I don't know how, there's no way to ever prove that, but there's people who just don't like the defense attorneys. Jogging in place nude at 3 a.m. Yeah, like that one. Don't forget the poll. Okay, good job. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, because you know me. You know how I get with those damn polls. And I know that this chat, I mean, we have a lot more people who are on the not guilty side that tend to watch this channel. I'm sure if you did this poll on a Gray Hughes channel, it would probably be the exact opposite. But I think the point still is that there are going to be people on this jury from both sides of this, and I don't know if you're going to be able to come to a conclusion. You're going to have to get 12 people over this hump of reasonable doubt. I just don't see how you could. I don't see how you're going to get 12 people over that reasonable doubt hump. Am I wrong? Could I be wrong? Fuck, of course. I have no idea. I'm not on the jury. Should I end the poll? It's been going for 20 minutes. Oh no, there's only half of you guys have fucking voted. There's over 700 of you in here. And only 391 votes. Get your butt in here and vote. Even if you're lurking, you can hit the vote button. This is a good question. So what evidence would make you okay? Let me see how I want to word that. I don't know if I like the way he worded it. What evidence would it take to make you go from not guilty to guilty? What do you need? What puts you over the hump of reasonable doubt? TNT's here. You may budging them. Are you saying won't get a guilty? I think right now I'm thinking it's hung. That's where I'm at. Currently, I think that the jury is hung. But the defense hasn't even been able to go up yet, so we're still not. They're going to bring up their false confession experts, and I think that what we're seeing today, because I still think it's 50-50 even with the confessions, I think it's going to knock it way down when they bring in an expert on false confessions that says, yeah, no, this is somebody who's lost their ever-loving mind from being in solitary for 13 months. Are you serious? Oh, I think that's a joke. Okay. But I wouldn't be surprised, Austin. Yeah, we haven't heard it at all. How many times do they bring this to trial? How much money do they have? Well, they don't have enough money to do the height comparison. They don't have enough money to test all the hairs. They don't have enough money to do a lot of shit, but yet they have fucking $72,000 to buy a goddamn podium that they can't even get to work. All right, let me see what the poll, if anybody else voted on the poll. Okay, yes, it's definitely going up. Thank you, guys. It's not budging, though, interesting enough. Even with another, like, 50-ish votes, it's still 91-9. Okay, so let me go back and see what it would take for you guys. DNA. Need DNA. Cakey, DNA. Let's see. Something solid. Some type of solid proof. Physical evidence. Something. Just give me something that adds up. A case that makes sense. DNA. Or a reasonable eyewitness. Rexy's like, just some fucking evidence? Like, I don't know. Anything. One of those 80 fibers being linked to Richard Allen, his family, or his home. Yeah. Teresa is off the fence at a moment that should be strong for the prosecution, well before the defense has even started their case in chief. Yeah, my fence is pretty much gone right now. Like I said, I'm still going to give them, I think that the most impactful confessions are going to be to his family. So I want to hear those. And I think that those are going to be the most important to me. And so I was saying I'm waiting for this bombshell, confession, because that's the only thing that's going to get me there. Hey, Tier Talk. DNA. A lot of you guys are saying DNA. That also seems to be what the jury said. Proof. Just show me some type of proof. Do a long nipple poll. No criminal network. No long nipple polls. If the confession to Dr. Walla is being reported accurately, that will push me to a guilty verdict. See, I think that this is the hardship because from knowing a timeline, I can show that there's no way that that's an accurate confession. But I don't know if a jury can because they're saying that he got startled by a white van. Nobody's saying what time this white van was there. I mean, maybe Rosie on cross will end up saying it because she's still on the stand. But I also struggle with anything from Dr. Walla because she's so biased. She's not a good witness. But does a jury think that? I don't know. They might be like, she's a psychologist. It's great. She's a great witness. I don't like how they're trying to utilize the prison system to negate the confessions. I go both ways with this. I got all kinds of innuendo today. I go both ways with this. So I know that there's a couple people who are in the courtroom that are like really, 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 really. And there's people that watch the watch it. I mean, that are watching this unfold, that are extremely passionate about how our prisoners are treated and what the prison system is like. And, you know, the guards that are taking the stand yesterday are very nonchalant and don't really give a shit about the treatment of people that they have in their facility. I struggle with this. This is why I'm like, I can go both ways. One, Richard Allen is not convicted of anything. And so that will always be my argument. Richard Allen's not convicted of anything. So his treatment being compared to any of those people is just asinine to me. It doesn't make sense. You know, put him in the jail or treat him like he's in the jail if you're going to put him there for safekeeping, but still treat him the same way. That's where I'm at with that. Now, a couple of the guards were saying like, yeah, I've seen this kind of stuff before. Like, this isn't new. This is normal. And there was some people getting very frustrated with like, how is this normal? Well, from somebody who, back in the day, I used to date somebody who worked as a prison guard. So that's number one. Number two, like spending as much time in law enforcement and with law enforcement officers as I have, it is normal. And maybe it shouldn't be normalized, but I'm going to tell you guys something just from the bottom of my heart here. If everything that we're hearing happened to Richard Allen was happening to Stephen Stearns, I don't think I'd give a fuck. And I know that people aren't supposed to be like that. So I'm comparing Stephen Stearns because he's also innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But I'm just telling you, on my personal level, so I get when people are thinking Richard Allen is guilty, when like they're hardcore Richard Allen is guilty people, they don't care how he's treated because he killed 2 little girls to them. So I understand their thought process. I also understand that people are completely passionate and think our prison systems treat our prisoners horrible. I do not disagree. They do. You know, for the entire correctional class that I had to take when I was getting my degree, I had to write just too many papers on the fucking prison system, and how much it would cost to try to reconstruct our entire system. It's just like impossible. There's no amount of money that people are going to be able to put into it. So I get both sides of that. I really, really do. But I'm just thinking, like, if it's fucking Stephen Stearns, I don't really give a shit. Mace Mama, you can always disagree. You think the jury is smarter than all of this. I hope so. I hope that they're seeing that there isn't that the amount of evidence is a struggle and it doesn't pass the reasonable doubt hump. And I hope so because, and people are gonna be like, well, you support a baby killer, a child killer. It's like, no, I support the fact that law enforcement should have done a fucking investigation with solid evidence before they put somebody on trial for murder. That's where I'm at. I would find it compelling if the confessions explain some of the odd details of the crime scene. Yeah, that's true. Besides the, he does confess supposedly that he put sticks on the bodies to hide them. I wonder if that's when law enforcement was like, all right, let's stop looking at this ritual stuff. There's no fucking rituals. Richard Allen told us he did it to cover the girls. He wanted to hide them. We know now because Richard Allen said so. DNA, blood in his car, cell phone stuff that's sus, stolen drugs from CVS, his car on the video doing something weird, or just proving that it's his car. I mean, I think that would also help put in the right direction. It wouldn't put me over the hump, but it would point me in the right direction. These would help for evidence to get me to guilty, right? I can see all of those. We do. We got tacos, Dr. Pepper, and vapes. I don't have any tacos right now. I could use some. I am hungry. Yeah, they don't have 10K, but they have 4.2 million. They just got the additional 2.2. Correct. They still had 2.1. Here we go. Allegedly innocent says psychological warfare has been used against RA in a big way. This is like the CIA torture crap. The babbling, admitting he did it, could just be cognitive shadows than grilling him and his brain is parroting. I agree with you. I think and that's exactly what I think the testimony is going to be like when the defense is up there. They're going to be like, no, this is not normal. I'd like the geofence data. That was one of my big things I really wanted, was put his phone there. Put his phone there. We were all biased as fuck in here, though. Let's be real. I agree. That's why I'm like, I know my voters are thinking more along the lines like I do. That's just how it goes. The jury impeached the warden. I know. I fucking love that. What kinds of meds have they had him on in prison? Those damn Odinists watching over him. Bad shit in Indiana. It's terrifying. Well, we know that he was on the Halidol oral and injection, right? Let me go see if I can find out. I think there's something else. Sleuthy, do you remember? He was on another medication too. They had him on 2 medications, I believe. Don't quote me on that, though. Yeah, I think the defense has wondered that themselves. No matter the outcome, Carroll County is paying out a whole lot more, either another trial or restitution. Guys, they didn't need 10K. The FBI probably did a height analysis, but they can't use it. Well, that's like the whole fucking Hoosier Harvestor camera. Like, there's motions that are discussing the FBI having the Hoosier Harvestor video. So we know that at least the FBI got it. And then Mullen had to go back in 2022. And why aren't they playing these videos? That's another thing, is all of this stuff is supposedly recorded, right? Like, Richard Allen is banging his head against the wall, right? And he's, jogging in place naked. All of this stuff is recorded. He's in a cell that has 24-hour cameras. Why isn't any of this being played for the jury? My problem isn't how he was treated. It's how he was treated with no solid evidence. Confessions came later. He did have pics up on his phone. Wait, hold on. He did have pics on his phone like SS. Wait, Missy's Angels, he had pics on his phone like SS? Of like girls? You think? I have not heard that. At least I would like to know where that's from. I have not heard that. Didn't. Okay. I was like, let me go see if there's another comment. Yeah, he didn't have pics on his phone. Yeah, that's like that. Stephen Stearns is one for me that I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like, go do whatever the hell you're gonna do to him. Like, that guy could get shanked before going to trial. So, like, I'm not like some righteous, like, I'm not that person. I'm not the one who's like, let's go and fight for all the prisoners' rights. I'm not. I know that, like, I know people want people to be that. I'm just not that person. Some of them, I'm just like, fuck you. But for me, this case, you guys all know I've sat on the fence for a really long time. And so it is, the burden of proof falls on the prosecution. Technically, the defense could quit. As soon as the prosecution rests, the defense could say, we're not calling anybody. They don't have to call a single witness. And it would be based on just what we've heard so far. That's where I'm struggling, because this is not, where's the bombshell evidence? Where's this big stuff that we were supposed to be getting later? And it's like, the prosecution isn't going to show their hand. Well, we already know all of this. None of this is new. Hi, Mar. Hearing private conversations between RA and his attorneys proving he did it is the only thing that would make me say guilty at this point. Oh, like, people are like, well, his defense attorney stopped him from pleading guilty. Like, I want to hear, you guys all recorded him. He was recorded during this time. Let's see. Let's get somebody in there to say, he was like, I did this and you guys need to just let me confess. Call me a conspiracist, but I honestly think this is some type of government experiment to see exactly how authoritarian they can get. Apparently quite a bit around here. Well, that'll take me into too much politics, but I mean that people have thought that about the whole COVID, pandemic for years. So government tells you to put a mask on and you go, sure, I'll put a mask on. It's kind of like the gloves during testimony. Look at how good we are at keeping our evidence from being contaminated. We put our gloves on. It's all fake. They had him on 2 meds, both not appropriate for what he was experiencing. Having worked in a psych prison, they gave people Haldol all the time if you were, quote unquote, acting up. None of us knew the police left out that stuff. What stuff? Hold on, let me go back up and see if I can find your other comment. Because there's nothing that I can think of that the police left out. I don't see another comment, so I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. But there's nothing that police have left out at this point. You talking about like the sticks and everything? Criminality, we've heard they contacted people who pinged, but what time? Why did they not find him? Did they go from 2 to 4 and he was gone at 1:27? We don't know the answer to that. Nobody bothered to ask. We have no fucking idea. We would have more answers except for Nick, the prosecutor, doesn't want the damn geofencing in, and nor does he want the FBI, Kevin Horan, to be able to testify. And Judge Gull says, you're right, Nick. We don't need that information. Whether it would prove that he's guilty or prove that he's not. Like, why would Nick not want it in? Dr. Walla admitted to sharing her thoughts with Mr. Allen about what she saw in the online groups. Yep. Hey, Justin. Prozac. That was the other one. He was on Prozac. Thank you, guys. Ting is for the most elite criminals who have had their wives recycling their phones. Carrie says, I would feel like a rat in a science lab, not having control of medications given to me. I'd fucking lose my mind. Somebody tries to start giving me medication. I fucking hate medication. Like, it's a struggle for me to even take like Dayquil right now. I fucking hate medication. You can imagine somebody giving me some mind-altering bullshit against my will. Oh, I'd fucking, I would lose my shit. So we don't know. Did anybody who was in the courtroom when they were reading through the witness list ever say if they heard FBI for either side? We know that Jennifer Auger had come on to do TUI requests from the FBI. That was like her forte. But I don't know if anybody's going to be. I don't know if anybody from the FBI is going to be testifying. Didn't someone testify that the phone data proves he lied about his stock ticker? No, not that I'm aware of. You'd have to tell me. Because not that I'm aware of, no. SS Stephen Stearns. I'm probably really behind on chat. Hey, Autumn. Oh, yeah, I'm way behind, aren't I? Shit. Alien. God bless America. Or Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. It's coming, the bombshell. Okay, I'm waiting. I don't know why anybody thinks he lied about the stock ticker, though. The whole argument was they didn't have his phone, so they couldn't get his data. And then the defense was like, wait a minute. Yeah, you can. Oh, my snowman. My snowman's melted. Hey, Lone Pony. Man, I didn't realize how far behind in chat I had gotten. I'm sorry, you guys. Guilty people rarely confess. No, he was jerking to Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. T, I'm just glad the jury is asking questions. If you ask questions in this case, you end up at reasonable doubt if you're a reasonable person. That's why right now I'm sitting with I think that they would have a hung jury. J.O. Don't be cheating on no cigarettes. I left my cigarettes for my vape. Anyone? Yes, anyone. I once did an evaluation on a patient who was answering a question and had asked 90 seconds after I asked. She sat slumped in her chair throughout, but answered accurately. Caitlin, freaking late. It's the weirdest thing ever. The judge was furious when he saw the video. I'm very curious why none of these videos are getting played. This is all recorded. He's recorded all the time. Yeah, that's true. She did. Well, we know that they were pinging because even Robert Ives says that what he actually spent the majority of time at the beginning. Well, his credibility is shit too. So I mean, take it for what you want. The majority of time at the beginning of the case, writing search warrants for phones based on the pings. But I don't know if we've ever heard, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong and tell me where it is, if we've ever heard the time frame on when they were actually pinging or doing this geofence, because I don't know of a time frame. TUI stuff. It's just it's a TUI request. All it is like state courts, state officials don't have the right to FBI evidence. So if the FBI is collecting evidence in a case, then the FBI can keep their evidence. They don't have to turn it over. A judge cannot force the FBI to, because they're federal, to turn it over to a state court to turn the evidence over. So what the attorneys do is what's called a TUI request, and it's just the name of it based on a prior case, where they request the information from the FBI using legal standards in the request, like basically like filing a motion in the state court, like we read through, but it's literally a state attorney, somebody, prosecutor, defense attorney, somebody who works in the state requesting information from the FBI, from a federal institution, because they do not have to turn it over. So that's what that is. I'm skimming chat just so. Rock and rolla, no bombshells. I don't, but other people think there are. So I'm like, okay, like somebody tell me what it is, because like the ones that people in chat have told me, I'm like, that's not a bombshell to me. That's not it. Reading the documents and his lawyer continuously requesting we have a psych evaluation and the judge continuing to deny for months, then they get a confession. I'll never wonder if it was all. Yeah, I'll always wonder that too. Well, I do think the timing is extremely interesting that they go to visit him on 4/3, see that he's a fucking mess, right after he's got done telling Walla that he doesn't feel right. He doesn't feel right in his head. Like he feels like something's wrong. They go visit him and he looks like he's a mess. And then all of a sudden, literally the next fucking day, he's confessing. You know, they see him, he's a mess. They request for an emergency modification to the safekeeping order. The next day, he's confessing. I mean, come on. What's the timing of that? Sarah Boone never confessed. No, she would not fucking confess either. She still thinks she's innocent. She's like, I didn't do anything wrong. I just took a nap. I was tired. Subpoenas, not search warrants. Thank you, DB, about Ives. It's okay, Sleuthy. I'm just trying to skim through. The geofencing was supposedly like 12 to 5:30. Yeah, but who said that? Where'd that come from? Like a legit source, not like a social media source. Like that's what I'm trying to remember, and I don't. I mean, I've heard that, but I can't tell you where that's from. Nothing has been seen on video. Nope. Because the only thing that's on video, or from the Hoosier Harvester video, they took a still shot. That's it. Well, confessing to World War III is literally a nuclear bombshell. I wonder if he's going to get tried for crimes against humanity. Can you? Yeah, we'll have to look for it because I don't want to cite it when I don't know. I've heard it, but I don't remember it. MK Ultra is real. It happened in Canada, Germany, and USA, and those locations were the ones with evidence. I think RA could have been manipulated in a similar fashion. Cups of Fun says, I won't believe any bombshells that the psychiatrist had access to now anyways. No credibility. Yeah. But yeah, he was in World War III. And he was working with the guards to try to get World War III started. He said he might have parked at the Mears entrance. If he left at 1:30 to go home from the Mears entrance, he would have gone by the Hoosier Harvest Store. Mullen just decided that was him arriving there. Right. So do we have, since they have the video, why didn't anybody play that? Let's see how clear you can see and how many other cars are going by. I honestly thought Rick was going to say something about the girls that only the family would know. Then I would have flipped over the fence. Tell him where the underwear is. Like, that's one thing. Tell me where you hid the underwear. Let me go find the underwear. Like, you took the underwear, you supposedly took a sock. They've changed the memento of this crime to now being an unspent round. Like, where's the underwear? For years they were putting in search warrants that the underwear was missing, and that's what they were looking for. What was the date of when they had Richard Allen on the news the first time, when he looked like he was 30 years old and dying? Are you talking about when he's in the chair, the pictures that the defense took? Yeah, tell me what color the underwear was. No, the other pair. We're missing a pair of underwear. Yeah, you don't think he would have kept the underwear in the keepsake box? Just anything like that. Anything like that they don't, that like literally only a killer would know. Yeah, if he could, if he told me, okay, go in my backyard, go by my shed, dig up the area right here, you're gonna find my keepsake box with all the underwear from all my sexual escapades because I am a sex addict. I'd be done. Yeah, that would put me over the edge. I'd be like, all right, you fucking have Libby's underwear in your little sexcapade drawer. I'm done. I quit. You're guiltier than shit. Right now, I'm just going, there's just too much reasonable doubt, which means you're not guilty. That's the whole standard. That's like what we have to hold law enforcement to and the prosecutor to. But apparently there's people that believe that it's enough. They think that the state has surpassed reasonable doubt. I don't see it. Bob said he doesn't think that the prosecutor / investigators honestly think it's him and not a frame. I think Holman thinks it's him, or at least he did. I absolutely think that I think Holman absolutely thought it was him. Hi, Carrie. I'm late and playing catch up, but I'm just waiting on Nick to offer a time to serve plea deal. I don't even know what charge she would give him. I don't even know what charge she would offer him to get him a time served plea deal though. And also, I don't think that they would take it, but I see your point there. Like, his case has been so shitty, in my opinion. All right, let's look for some updates and see what we got going on. You guys, like I said, I have the spreadsheet for all these. I'll add the Walla stuff in here too. And of course, I want to add the family stuff in here, and then I'll share it with you guys. So you guys can have this spreadsheet too of the confessions. Just an FYI, just why I'm on here, because I'm going to probably bounce out of it. It's super self-explanatory. Here's the day and time of the confession, who was the person receiving the confession or hearing it, and what the confession supposedly was. And then I tried to do it in order of dates, but like I was telling you guys earlier, some people are reporting that some of these are from the 13th. Other people reported these exact same confessions from the 7th. So, like I said, I don't even know if that's relevant to you guys at all, if you care. And then there's a bunch that are just reported as the confessions and no date, time. So I just put down the witness that was on the stand at that time, while these things were happening or being said. I do want to touch back on this one right here, though. The one from Wabash, I'll come back to that. But just FYI, this is kind of, it's pretty self-explanatory. So I'll put the ones from Walla. I also want to put the ones from the family in there, and then I'll drop this for you guys in the chats and on Twitter. Everybody seemed to like that one yesterday that I put it on Twitter for the DNA. So let's look for some updates for what's going on with Walla. Oh, Carrie, you gifted some memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Mace Mama says, get some chicken soup, T. I need something like that. I have like this bread. It's like a cheese bread. That's what my husband got me for breakfast, and I've just been kind of snacking on it. Sleuth. Just don't cheat on us with a cigarette, T, and we cool. I don't know. Sometimes I really, really fucking want a cigarette. But I'm a menthol girl. In California, you can't buy menthol cigarettes anymore. So you don't really have to worry too much about it because I don't like regular cigarettes. But if I travel, I'm probably going to smoke. So Tracy, thank you for the super chat. Okay, I'll ask, if it's not RA, why all this to frame him? Are they just looking for anybody, or did he make somebody mad? My personal opinion is that they screwed up a shit ton in this investigation throughout the years. They felt like, oh my gosh, we got so lucky with this douche nozzle, Rick Allen. We are going to make sure that our evidence matches this guy. I don't think it's like a huge frame up. I think it's that they're law enforcement being convinced that he's the right one. And so they did everything in their power to prove it was him, just like Holman said he was going to do. Like, I'm going to do everything to prove that you did this. He never found another piece of fucking evidence. Ever. Like, I hope people like wrap their mind around that. He sat in that interrogation room with an unspent round that is literally marked on the documentation as subjective. Said, I'm going to prove you did it. I'm going to prove you did it, Richard Allen. And so I think at that point, it just becomes, he's not going to fucking back down. Holman's like, I got the right guy, and that's what it is. And you have this little crew of people, this Holman. I don't think there's like a grand conspiracy of like 100 people. Never been like that. You have this little group of men. Well, I think I might have a picture of all of them too. They put out like their tough guy. Oh shit. Their tough guy unified command, and that's it. That's like that. That's what they're gonna go with. And I think it's just a cover. The cover up is literally about their shitty ass investigation. They didn't find anything. Why don't we know? Okay, so if you have Bravanovsky or whatever the hell her name is, DNA lady, right? You have DNA lady over here, Bozanovsky, who says, I'm the only one who touched these items in the lab. And then it comes out that law enforcement, the ones that are CSI law enforcement, are also considered the lab workers. Who is it? Who is it? It's ISP. ISP or Carroll County workers, most likely ISP. Who the fuck is it? Why don't they tell us? Why don't we know? Did that person get fired for contaminating a crime scene? Was that person even employed by ISP or Carroll County on February 13th, 14th? It's just questions I have, but once again, I'm not on the jury. I'm gonna see if I can find that picture. You guys have to know which one I'm talking about. When the guys from Unified Command are like all walking, I think they're like at an airport or something stupid. They're all like tough guy. You know what I'm talking about. I'll probably find it faster on Google. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's in here. You guys know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, they look like people from Entourage, the Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, that one. Hold on. I think maybe it's in here. Maybe I did save it in here. Please tell me I did. Oh, fuck, I didn't. That's why I said I could probably get it on Google before I can get it. And then find it in my, Hold on. Come on. I know you guys know which one I'm talking about, so I don't even have to worry about it. How can you say that bullet was said to be found 2 inches in the ground is traced back to Allen's gun unless during the search of Allen's house, a bullet from his house was switched? There's people who are really on that there's a good possibility that there's some actual physical tampering of evidence going on. I didn't go quite there. I just think that I think that Holman just thinks that he's right, and that's what it is. Hey, what's up? It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, did somebody send it? I know you guys know what picture I'm talking about. I thought somebody would send it to me by now, but they didn't. Okay, let's see if we have any updates. They should be back from lunch, right? Maybe they're not. They might not be back from lunch yet. I can't even think. No, it's 3 o'clock there. They should be. We'll see if there's any updates. If not, we'll figure out something else to do.
There are moments in our lives that change us, and they happen every day. Not the big flash.
Go away. All right. I don't think they have anything. I see nothing new. Nothing new there. Let's look over here. Why is Jen McCabe trending right now on Twitter? What happened with her? No, I don't think there's anything new. I don't see anything new. So we probably won't hear much until their afternoon break. All right. So what do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to? Should we wrap it up? I guess we should wrap it up. I think I got to go pick up a kid from school soon. No, they never downloaded anything from Kelsey's phone. They said they looked at it, but they never did anything with it. Has RA had a vasectomy? No idea. No idea. Answer my question about Westfall above. Okay, let me see. Hey, holy shnikes. Yeah. That's sad because it's absolutely true. That's like that one hits close to home for you. All right, hold on. Indiana girl, where are you? Yeah, that's a fair point. I see what you're saying. See, I just think that they had blinders on and then they don't care. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the conspiracy behind it. I think it's just them thinking that this is what they're going to do. Vito took pics with that bullet in his hand, but they couldn't do like that at the crime scene, right? Where the heck did you ask something about Westfall? 90% of what the prosecution has brought into evidence seems to favor the defense. Those videos of his denials, they are strong. First impressions last. He looked and sounded like a framed man. And I did even a couple of people who are very pro either fence sitters or pro guilt. They came out and said that he did not seem like a guilty person in those interviews. I don't see it. Can you just ask it again for me? Hello, Kitty. The jury is going to think that Dr. Walla is very credible. You think so? See, knowing that she got fired for her shenanigans, I just can't think that they'd find her credible. Do I have the picture of Slick Nick with his Masonic brother? I'm sure I do. Where do I have it is a different question. The one where he's getting his Master Mason. I do have that. I don't know where I have it. Doug Carter? That's a great question. You know, he's on, as of right now, he's on the witness list, I think, for both sides. But they didn't call Tobe either. They didn't call Tobe. And Tobe was the sheriff at the time. They don't, I don't know. Something wonky about that. She was a fan of Gray Hughes. Did she put that in the thing? Does anybody remember? I know it was Greeno. Delphi After Dark. Me. It could have been Gray Hughes too, but I feel like I'm missing one. It'd be easier to believe they were protecting a Mason brother from framing Richard Allen than the Odinism. Oh, Sleuth Intuition, that was one. We know she was in Bob's group, but I don't think she put that in her comments. I don't think that was her recommendation. I don't know. I have that screenshot somewhere. I have all that crap and I don't organize it, even though I should. I don't know if he's going to testify. He's set to retire. He's set to retire. He just wanted to finish out the trial. He wanted the trial. He wanted that's all he wanted. And then he's done. He's already wanted to retire. So I don't foresee him. He was the face of what they wanted to put out there. It was like all fake. I don't think he had really anything to do with the fucking investigation. He was just the guy they put on the press conferences. Oh, if they don't have enough of the unknown male DNA, why get Patrick Westfall's DNA in 2023? Why get Richard Allen's DNA in 2022? Yeah, why collect any of it? They didn't profile anybody. Because, like, one of my main questions I was left with after all of this shit from the DNA, they did IgG on something. What did they do it on? This chick, Stacy Bozanovsky, her specialty is in genetic genealogy. But she says it a little bit more, what does she call it, like paternity and family whatever. But that's what it is. It's investigative genetic genealogy. That's her specialty. Remember, Becky Patty spoke with CeCe Moore, and CeCe Moore was like, yeah, I'll happily help. Becky says she takes that to Unified Command, and they're like, no, we already have somebody doing that. Well, yeah, that's Stacy Bozanovsky, because that's her specialty. So what the fudge did they do IgG on? Lone Pony, we should have touched on that. We have a little bit of time. Let's go through it. Thank you for the reminder. Let me grab it. The defense did drop another motion today to include let me go back and find it. To include Elvis Fields and Brad Holder. I don't know why it's not popping up. I just had it. Hammy, are you trolling me on Twitter? Oh, cheating with a cigarette. That would be me. So nice. All right, hold on. Nope, that's not it. These people in this chat talk a lot, so it bumped all my stuff back. I'm just joking. You do talk a lot, but it's okay. I like it. But it just makes me have to scroll forever. Normally, Tammy hits me up with an individual link. I don't have to scroll all this shit. I get my own personal one. Jeez, you guys have talked a lot today. Holy crap. Can somebody get me this freaking link? Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Got it. Jeez. All right. And then he says, we do be talking. No, not this chat. You guys, this chat too. No, the Delphi chat, the Facebook Delphi chat, because that's where this link was. And it took me forever to scroll back and grab it. I would never shame you for talking. No, but Hammy's trolling me on Twitter. Somebody was sending me screenshots. They're like, Hammy's trolling you. Hammy likes to give me a hard time, which I enjoy. So the accused second motion to admit evidence of Odinism, Norse paganism, ritualistic killing, and also a motion to admit evidence concerning Elvis Fields and Brad Holder as the third-party suspects. So it comes now Richard Allen, who has they've already put in a request for this. Susie Q, yes. Brad Weber, the Weber property has a white van, but we do not have anything to show that Brad Weber was driving a white van that day. And we kind of discussed, like, well, will the jury even care? Like, are they going to prove it, or will the jury even want proof, or will they sum it up to all the crazy talk, or will they think it's real? On October 23rd, 2024, the defense has previously filed its first motion to admit evidence of Odinism, Norse paganism, ritualistic killing. Since that motion was filed, additional evidence has been elicited through testimony and other evidence that further opened the door to the admission of Odinism, Norse paganism, ritualistic killing. Also, since that October 23rd motion was filed, additional evidence has been elicited through testimony and other evidence that opened the door for the defense to bring in evidence that third-party suspects, Elvis Fields and Brad Holder, were involved in the killing of the victims. On Wednesday, October 23rd, forensic pathologist Core testified that A, possibly, 2, possibly, 3, possibly. Oh, that possibly 2. I was like, wait, what? Possibly 2, possibly 3, possibly 4 instruments were used to cut the necks of Abigail and Liberty German. Abby and Libby. That in his autopsy report, Dr. Core believed that some cuts may have involved the use of a serrated instrument, and other cuts may have involved the use of a non-serrated instrument, providing the possibility that more than one person was involved in the murders. During his testimony, Dr. Core backtracked somewhat, but still did not exclude the possibility that injuries to Abby and Libby were caused by both a serrated and non-serrated instrument. Also, since the trial began, the prosecution admitted certain crime scene photographs into evidence, including photographs of the crime scene in which the sticks on the girls were clearly visible to the jury, allowing the defense to ask questions concerning the sticks on the girls. Any competent trial lawyer would ask a variety of questions concerning the unusual way that the sticks were placed on the victims, and it would be ineffective for the trial lawyer to not ask questions concerning the sticks placed on the victims. On Saturday, October 25th, 2024, Lieutenant Jerry Holman from the Indiana State Police testified to the following. On cross-examination, Lieutenant Holman testified that it was his belief that the sticks, branches found on the girls were used by the killer to conceal the bodies. Remember, you guys, I know this frustrates people, but these were the investigators who were saying that the sticks actually represented something ritualistic, Norse paganist. They were all looking for evidence that supported that theory. And then as soon as Richard Allen confesses and says, oh, hey, I just did it to hide the bodies. Now Jerry Holman's like, yeah, it's just to conceal the bodies. I don't know any Professor Purdue's. I don't know what you're talking about, professors at Purdue. On redirect, McClellan asked Lieutenant Holman if another reason that the sticks and branches were found on the girls was something called an undoing. Lieutenant Holman responded with yes. I'm sorry, you guys. Look up the definition of an undoing. This magical thinking that Don Perlmutter had testified to, you have to have magical thinking to complete an undoing just as much as you have to have it to do this sacrifice. It's all in your own mind. It's what you think. Through Dr. Core's testimony, it was determined that it is feasible that multiple people using multiple knives supporting the defense theory that the Odinist Norse paganists were involved in the murders. Dr. Perlmutter testified on August 1st that knives are a classic sign of Odinist and Norse paganism culture, and that knives are classically used in ritualistic killings. Dr. Core's testimony revealed that perhaps as many as 4 knives were used, and at least one of those knives may have been serrated, supporting the defense belief that multiple Norse paganists / Odinists using multiple knives were involved in the murders. Furthermore, upon viewing the crime scene photographs that have been admitted into evidence, there are no obvious drag marks to the naked eye, nor were there any police reports or charts that showed drag marks at the crime scene. Even blood spatter expert Pat Cicero admitted that he could observe no drag marks on the crime scene photographs that he reviewed. This would automatically mean that somebody had to, multiple people had to lift Libby to move her. The fact that there is no evidence of drag marks support that more than one person was involved in the murders, including 2 or more people needed to lift Libby, explaining why there was no drag marks from where she was killed to where she was ultimately found, supporting the possibility that multiple Norse paganist Odinists were present and participating in the murders. This is where I think that they go wrong, is by continuing to do this instead of just talking about the people, and those people happen to be practicing Norse paganists or Odinists. I still think that the third party, this is, I think, what people are getting really frustrated about. I really think that they need to focus on it just being, it's just other people. They had to have more than one person there to do these things. But that's my opinion. They talk about these, I don't know. There's nothing. There's no proof of the ritualistic part to me. It's or not ritualistic, the sacrificial part. As it relates to Lieutenant Holman's testimony, when Lieutenant Holman answered yes when asked if another theory of why the sticks were on the bodies was because of something called an undoing, his testimony is yet another reason provided by the state of Indiana as to why the sticks are on the girls. I know. Yeah, literally says undoing. I know that's good. So they're bringing up multiple theories. The questioning of the prosecution and the answer of Lieutenant Holman pertain to yet another explanation and undoing as to why the sticks were found on the girls, and therefore the prosecution opened the door to the defense's alternative theory as to why the sticks were found on the girls. That's all magical thinking. The defense has its own theory as to why the sticks are on the girls, and Richard Allen has a Sixth Amendment right to provide that theory to rebut the state of Indiana's theories, including the prosecution's latest theory that the sticks are related to an undoing. Additionally, blood spatter expert Pat Cicero opined, and or the prosecution led the jury to believe, through questioning, that Liberty German was moved to her final resting place to conceal the body. The prosecution's line of questioning of Pat Cicero was pursued by the prosecution on direct examination and opened the door to the defense offering alternative theories as to why the body was placed in its final resting place and why the sticks were placed on the girls. The defense theory is that Libby and Abby's final resting place was related to Norse paganism, Odinism, and a ritualistic killing. Richard Allen has a Sixth Amendment right to present its theory of why the victims' bodies were placed in its final resting place and why the sticks and branches were placed on their bodies. The defense believes that both Liberty and Abigail's bodies were placed there because of the desire of Odinus to pose the body and form sticks on the bodies in an arrangement for reasons only understood by the person/people that murdered the victims. Dr. Perlmutter has testified as to how the sticks would only have meaning to the people who were involved in the murders. Additionally, the defense expert Don Perlmutter indicated in the August 1st, 2024 hearing that the arrangement of sticks was not an undoing, as an undoing is typically an attempt by the killer or killers to provide dignity to the victim. Hallmarks of an undoing might be closing the eyes and the mouth of the victims. In this case, the girls' mouths and eyes were open. And one victim was displayed naked in an undignified manner. This would be inconsistent with an undoing. The defense should have the opportunity to explain what it believes is an undoing and how the crime scene does not exhibit an undoing. Evidence introduced before and during trial that supports the introduction of third parties Elvis and Brad. These two in particular is what they're looking for. On Saturday, October 25th of 2024, Lieutenant Holman was asked a question about how many people were involved in the murders of the victims. Lieutenant Holman offered that only one person was involved in the murders. After offering that only one person was involved in the murders, Lieutenant Holman offered the following. As part of his reasoning for believing that only one person was involved in the murders is that based on his training and experience, when more than one person is involved in a crime, there's often a point in time when one of the participants will discuss the crime or reveal the crime. Whereas when it's only one person, it's much easier to contain the secret. That was Lieutenant Holman's theory that supported his belief that only one person committed the crime. I did not hear that. I did not hear that before. It's fucking silly. More people that know the secret, guess more people to talk about it. Stupid. Since, that's like a child's reason. September 18th, 2023, the defense has consistently maintained that evidence supports that Elvis Fields was a participant in the murders along with Brad Holder and others, according to Lieutenant Holman's theory, as testified to under oath on October 25th, 2024. If it is true that Elvis Fields and Brad Holder were both involved in the murders, then it is likely that one of them will have admitted to being involved in the murders or providing incriminating statements concerning being at the murders. Oh, shit. I see where he's going. Evidence exists that supports the defense contention that multiple people were involved in the murders and also supports Lieutenant Holman's theory that if multiple people are involved in a crime, that at least one of them will reveal the crime to others. For example, blood spatter expert Pat Cicero testified that it is possible that both girls were killed at the same time, which would indicate that more than one person was involved in the crime. Additionally, Pat Cicero also admitted that one explanation for Abby having no blood on her hands is that while her neck was being cut, someone else held her hands down. Jesus. I think that was just one of the options that he was talking about. That was one explanation, yeah. Law enforcement conducting the investigation into the murders have interviewed one suspect, Elvis Fields, who A, asked inculpating, oh my gosh, inculpating questions to a state trooper, and B, has connections to those who have incriminating evidence on their social media, as well as a direct connection to one of the victims. Therefore, evidence exists that multiple people were involved in the murders, rendering all purported alibis as suspect due to the ability for the ringleader to claim an alibi while others are doing his bidding in terms of abducting the victims. Brad Holder's first alibi, for example, would allow him to be in Delphi no later than 2:30, perhaps earlier, while Elvis Fields and others abducted the victims and held them awaiting Holder. In 2018, law enforcement pulled Elvis Fields in for questioning to the Rushville Police Department, and at the end of the interview, took Elvis's DNA and then explained to Elvis their reason for taking his DNA, which was what? Because I'm telling you, what are they comparing it to? Oh, maybe back in 2018. When did they figure out that it was a lab tech? I don't remember that. I don't remember that date. There are sticks around Abby's head, for sure. I have the pictures. I've seen the pictures. Are they placed there in antlers or horns? No. But there are sticks on top of her hair. So, like, I mean, could they have been moved? Animals, coming near the scene? Possibly. They could have been placed in a certain way and then moved a different way. Maybe. I don't know. They don't look like horns. They don't look like antlers. They're very small twigs, but they're on top of her hair. That's the biggest thing, is they're on top of her hair. Oh, it was in 17. Okay. There is. I have the photos. So she may not be able to see them at the distance she was sitting at. If she looked at them up close, you'd see them. They were leaked last year. The crime scene photos were leaked last year in October. So they're not all the photos that like are being shown in court, and they're not all the clarity that's being shown in court. But you can definitely see it's twigs on top of her hair. Like that's you could take it for whatever. I mean, like you could take it like, yes, it's antlers or it's whatever. They don't look like that to me. They're just twigs on her hair. Okay, so at the conclusion of the interview, Trooper Kevin Murphy drove Elvis back to his home. After Trooper Murphy dropped Elvis off at his home, Elvis walked toward his home, then turned around and approached Kevin Murphy's car. After getting close to the Murphy's vehicle, Elvis asked Trooper Murphy, if my spit is found on one of the girls, but I have an explanation for it, would I still be in trouble? DNA analyst Stacy Bozanovsky testified at the end of her cross-examination on October 28th that a person's spit can be analyzed for DNA. Additionally, evidence exists that supports that Elvis Fields was mimicking Brad Holders, who lived 125 plus miles away and should have no ties to Elvis Fields' Facebook posts, or that Brad Holder was mimicking Elvis Fields' Facebook posts months before the victims were abducted. They've gone back and forth. Remember, one of them was like, he's like, I'm not copying him, he's copying me. Elvis Fields had claimed under oath that Brad Holder was actually mimicking Facebook posts that Elvis Fields had posted. Brad Holder's son Logan was dating Abby Williams, and Brad Holder had evidence that exhibited Holder's knowledge of a crime seen on his social media that no one else should know. Meanwhile, 125 miles away, Elvis Fields, who seemingly would have no reason to know Brad Holder even existed, A, followed Brad Holder on Facebook, which is interesting, mimicking his posts, or vice versa. B, was making statements that inculpate him as to being involved in the murders, including the expectation of the possibility that Elvis's spit might be found on the girls. However, this would not be surprising based upon Lieutenant Holman's October 26th 2024 testimony that when multiple people are involved in a crime, someone ultimately reveals that they committed the crime. Additionally, evidence from Brad Holder's social media supported the concept that others assisted him in committing the murders and moving the bodies, as Holder posted a meme on his Facebook page a few days after the girls were murdered, and the theme and words from that meme have become more important due to testimony that has been elicited during this trial. According to blood spatter expert Pat Cicero, Liberty German's 200-pound body was in fact moved from one location to another. Also, pursuant to blood spatter expert Pat Cicero, there were no drag marks that could be seen on the crime scene photos. Therefore, evidence supports that Libby's body was moved from one location to another and that two or more people would have been needed to carry the body since no drag marks existed. Certainly, it would be highly unlikely that one man alone could accomplish that task. Now, they did talk about, when Cicero was on the stand, he does say because of the debris and stuff on Libby's backside, that it doesn't necessarily, like the leaves could kind of just be going over one or, over each other. They don't necessarily have their drag marks in the ground, but there was a point going back and forth between prosecutors and defense attorneys. So, oh, hey, Tiffany, no worries. This is a motion that was filed today. Kate B, can you find where that is? Somebody said that to me earlier, but I can't find the source of that. Can you tell me where to find that? Tiffany, this is a motion that was filed today by the defense team. It's their second motion to incorporate Odinism / Norse paganism / ritualistic killing at the trial. They're saying that the prosecution and the witnesses have opened the door and they're giving the reasons why. So we're just reading through the motion. Therefore, evidence supports that Libby's body was moved from one location to another and that two or more people would have been needed to carry the body since no drag marks existed. On February 17, 2017, 3 days after the murders, Brad posted these words on his Facebook page. Your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. Now, of course, the timing of this is kind of wonky because he does. I mean, his son he's literally going to the funeral, the memorial, with his son. So, I mean, the timing of him doing this, in general, I don't think this kind of thing is very weird. I mean, like, I've sent this kind of stuff. I've sent this stuff to, my friends, like, hey, real friends help you move the body or whatever. But I think the timing of this is just really wonky with the fact that his son is supposedly, devastated. Might have been from Tom Webster. There were cigarette butts found at the trails. Yeah, but I don't know where I don't know where anybody. I don't know who testified to that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if anybody knows that the IG, because this isn't the first I've heard of it, but I cannot source it. So if anybody has knows where that source is, that it was from the cigarette butts, please just send me a message, whatever. Yeah, it's a popular meme. Just really, really bad timing. The fact that Brad Holder had content on his social media that mimics the crime scene unknown to the public at the time, and additionally that he posted words concerning how real friends would help him move a body, supports the theory that Brad Holder and others were involved in the murders. I'm not quite there. I mean, it supports, I guess. I mean, definitely doesn't prove anything. I am Dragonfly, stupid cold. The fact that Brad Holder has told multiple stories about whether he had ever met Abby Williams, ranging from he'd never met her to that he had met her one time to he met her 2 times, along with all the other evidence provided in the Franks memo, supports that third-party suspect evidence should be admissible. And I feel like crap, but I don't feel any worse. My voice is just going. Thank you, KP. I would assume that it would have had to have been through the DNA analyst, but I didn't hear that testimony. So thank you, Dragonfly. We're just going through this motion, and then we're going to hop off because I got to go pick up a kid from school. Additionally, the evidence previously provided to this court in the Franks memo, as well as admitted into evidence on August 1st, provided proof that Elvis Fields did not have an alibi that could be substantiated. But quite the opposite. Elvis Fields' alibi is sketchy, as his version of his whereabouts on February 13th runs counter to those who allegedly were with him on that day. In other words, no one could keep their story straight about where the hell Elvis was. Holman's October 26th testimony leaves the jury under the mistaken belief that no evidence exists that multiple persons were involved in the murders, and that no other suspects have been made any statements that inculpates, oh my gosh, I can't say that word for whatever reason, them on the crimes, thus supporting Lieutenant Holman's theory that when multiple people are involved in a crime, at least one of them will ultimately reveal the crime. At the time of his testimony on October 26th, Holman was fully aware that evidence existed that Elvis Fields made inculpatory statements concerning being present at the scene and at the time that the victims were murdered. At the time of his testimony, Holman was fully aware that evidence existed that Elvis Fields of Rushville, Indiana, had a connection with Brad Holder from Logansport, Indiana, and in fact said, evidence produced from the law enforcement investigation showed that Brad Holder and Elvis Fields were mimicking one another on Facebook. At the time of his 26th testimony, Lieutenant Holman was fully aware that evidence existed that Brad Holder's son, Logan, dated Abby Williams. At the time of his October 26th testimony, Holman was fully aware that Brad Holder had evidence on his social media consistent with the signatures left behind at the crime scene, including a mimicked crime scene photograph that looked eerily similar to the way that the bodies were posed on the ground. I really hope, I don't know how much more of this we have, but I really hope after listening to Holman, Mullen, and Liggett interview/interrogate Richard Allen, they're asking him if he knows these other people. Don't forget about the open poll. Thank you. I'm going to close. Oh, hey, it's changing. All right, I'll leave it for just a second. What was I saying? Shit, I lost what I was saying. What the hell was I saying? Oh, they're asking him if he knows Tony Klein. They're asking him if he knows Ron Logan. Holman is asking him if he's the mastermind. Like, even when they're arresting Richard Allen, he's freaking Holman is suggesting that there's somebody else. At the time of his testimony, Holman was aware that Odinism, Norse paganism had been investigated. Holman was aware that both Brad Holder and Elvis Field possessed knives, and that Brad Holder used the knives as part of his Odinism religion. At the time of his testimony, he was aware that Brad Holder possessed a .40 caliber handgun. Holman was aware, or should have been aware, that Brad Holder's .40 caliber handgun was never collected, never test fired, or compared to the bullet allegedly found at the crime scene. The jury has been misled into believing that law enforcement's only available evidence only supports that only one person was involved in the crime. When Holman's own words on the stand, evidence from law enforcement investigation and trial testimony from Dr. Core, Pat Cicero, and Jerry Holman would support the defense theory that multiple people were involved in the crimes. This is true because Elvis Fields has provided inculpatory statements and had a social media account connected with Brad Holder, and Lieutenant Holman has indicated that when multiple people are involved in the crime, in his experience, one of those participants will ultimately reveal the secret. It is also true because a substantial amount of evidence supports that Brad Holder's social media contain words and images that are consistent with the crime scene and also consistent with creating or showcasing an alibi at 2 a.m. on February 14th, when for the only time in his life he claimed in a Facebook post that he was at the gym. As Holder stated under oath in deposition, Holder's social media is also consistent with others being involved and assisted him in the moving of the bodies. Richard Allen possesses a Sixth Amendment right to rebut Lieutenant Holman's theory that one man and only one man was involved in these murders, especially when Lieutenant Holman's reasoning for believing that only one man was involved in the murders is debunked by the evidence detailed herein, including Elvis's field statements that support Lieutenant Holman's belief that multiple people involved in a crime, one, will reveal the commission of the crime. As previously detailed, Richard Allen possesses a Sixth Amendment right to present evidence that those involved in Norse paganism were involved in the murders, imposed the girls, and placed the sticks on the girls in certain arrangements for reasons that are very personal to the people that committed the crimes. Yeah, he posted on Facebook that he was at the gym. He was full of testosterone. Yeah, his testosterone was flowing. And so he had to be at the gym at 2 a.m. The only time he's ever posted that he was at the gym in the middle of the night. But he supposedly also went to the gym right after work. That was his alibi. So he went twice in 12 hours. Not unheard of, but fucking weird. I'd like to see if he ever normally did that. So anyway, this is their second motion to get this type of evidence in since the trial has started. We still don't have any information on that. We don't have any ruling on the first one. So take it for what it is. And then I'll just check real quick for an update, and then I'm going to bounce. I still don't see, I don't see any. I don't see any. I don't see any updates. A lot of people talking about Walla with her social media following. Nancy Grace taking photos outside the courthouse. She was there today. Other than that, nope, I don't have any. We got no updates. His T was surging from the M he did earlier in the day. 24-hour gyms that I go to have video at the front to make sure that people aren't scanning and then letting all their friends in. That would be interesting. Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to wrap up. And then so we touched on the confessions. Like I said, I'll add the Walla ones. We should be starting to hear from Harshman about the family ones. I'll add all those on here, and then I'll drop the spreadsheet for you guys so you guys can have it. And other than that, I guess I'll see you guys mañana. So, well, I'm sure I'll see you around the YouTube streets later. And if you're in the Delphi chat on Facebook, you know I'll be talking to you in there. So I appreciate you guys so very much for being here. I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and yet you guys choose to come and hang out with me. Even when I sound like this, you guys still stick around, which, I mean, that's incredible. I don't know if I would make it with all the cough drop sounds. So I'll see you on the YouTube streets. Otherwise, I'll see you mañana. Have a good
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one